Hey guys, how's everybody tonight? So, tomorrow, oddly enough, we are going to find out what the free LC Lizardman Lord is going to be, and I'm kind of on one hand, it's their prerogative to do whatever the fuck they want, and that's true. It's ultimately up to them, whatever the fuck they want. But I do kind of wish they would talk about it first before showing it on stream, because it all seems like kind of, compacted. We got the announcement last week. We're getting a release next Wednesday. We're going to have early access, I assume. I haven't heard officially yet, but I would assume that this weekend, considering that we've had previous weekends, the prior week before, start up as early access. And it just seems that it's just all kind of rushed, and we haven't really we haven't discussed the Bretonnia update at all. We haven't talked about the free LC Lord at all. We don't even know who they are, but they're going to be played on stream with the quest line for Croak. Kind of wish that we found out today, and then tomorrow be like, yeah, and then we're going to play them on stream. Be like, hell yeah, let's do that shit. But unfortunately, that does not appear to be the case. Let me readjust you a little bit. There we go. But otherwise, it'll be nice to see a lizard being played. I'm still not sure who I'm going to play on the DLC, on the release, or I'm sorry, on the pre-release. It'll be one of the two lizards for sure, and then after that, it'll be Icket at Skaven Blight, and because Vortex, you know what I'm saying? And then probably Bretonnia after that. I am really curious to get my hands and check out the update, and like I said before, I'll do a stream the first time that I can show you guys what's going on. I'll show you guys everything that's in there. So, and I'll try to make a highlight of it or something like that, or make it its own YouTube video, because I know that people are going to come in and ask me my opinion and ask what's going on and stuff. So I'm going to try to do something and be smart about that. Like I said, prior to or in the stream, these videos will be on hold once early access starts up. And then after early access, then we can start talking about them again. Probably the in-between between the Skinks and the Skaven, maybe. Or after the Skaven. Not really sure exactly how we're going to fit that big in. Because right now is a really good opportune time, because we don't really have any particular content that we should be getting through or crushing or whatever. So now is a really good time to do such things. And we're, we're a decent way through. Tonight will be Tomb Kings, however.
We must preserve this world.
Tomb Kings, for those of you who I have who have been watching me for a while, know that Tomb Kings are not my favorite faction. It doesn't have anything to do with whether or not they're good, because I still think they're a very good faction. I think they're a well-designed faction. There's a big difference between, is a faction good or do you enjoy playing it? Because just because you don't enjoy playing a faction does not make it a bad faction. But there are factions that you don't enjoy who, on top of it, also need work. Never in a million years would I ever compare Tomb Kings to Greenskins. Tomb Kings, I feel, are pretty well thought out, pretty well designed, and have a very unique flavor and a very good design choice behind them. It's just not a design choice I enjoy. Greenskins, on the other hand, need a hell of a lot of fucking work in order to make them unique. I was actually thinking about it earlier about each of these videos I've done. I've spent a considerable amount of time trying to talk about the mechanics that are going to affect each of the factions and exactly how those effects work. For Greenskins and Empire, don't really have anything to talk about. You talk about the Wa and about Empire offices, which will have already been seen, prior in the Vampire Coast. And much worse offices, by the way. So, that's going to be a little weird. But anyways, so, as I said before, Tomb Kings are a faction, they were released, a year and a quarter ago? They were the first DLC faction for Warhammer 2. It was good to get them in. A lot of people have been talking about them for a long time. And I'm just glad to have finally got them into the game. Especially because knowing what I know of tabletop, Tomb Kings did not get a very good time on tabletop. They had some comps that worked, and that was kind of it. They were not a very popular faction, part of why they got squatted. And they were just kind of generally boring. Whereas CA has done a really good job of showing them off, of giving them a real good flavor, trying to give them a feel for just giving them an identity, especially to make them more than just their skeletons who were Egyptians. And so I got to give props to CA for making Tomb Kings feel alive and living, and to have given them more of an identity than just like shitty vampire counts or vampire counts with range, because they very well could have done that shit and they didn't, which was nice. So those things being said, overall their playstyle though is not really for me, which is kind of weird considering I do like vampires and stuff like that, but it's a little bit different. To be fair, you should always have one faction that's very basic and doesn't need a lot of explaining to get their mechanics to work. Empire currently fits that really well. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really think that that's necessarily true, Kill Cannon, because I feel like look at High Elves. They have a number of varied mechanics, but their mechanics are not difficult to understand. And in my mind, Empire is more, or I'm sorry, High Elves are more beginner friendly than Empire is. Now you do this after I've already finished the campaign. Sorry, Travis. I don't see.
Fenrir exists to troll me.
Yeah, right. I exist to troll you. I, the lowly Warhammer streamer, exist to troll the great and mighty Travis Gaffer. I exist. Travis, thank you for the 14 months. Scotticus, thank you for the 8 months, guys. I appreciate it a lot, both of you. Thank you. I mean, Travis, you played Tomb Kings, right? Or you played Cetra, right? Because you played Cetra. Fine, honestly. There's not a whole lot else I could have done for you. I mean, Cetra is pretty basic. He doesn't have a lot of the issues that the other ones do have, based on Tomb King style. Do you want me to manage this teaching stream? Sure, Travis. Just fire away. You know what? In fact, actually, if you want to go ahead and go live, I'll just host you, and I'll just jeer you the entire... I'll get in Discord with you, and I'll just jeer you a bunch while you do it. With all the imperishable basic? Well, in terms of the other Tomb Kings, yeah, I mean, he's pretty cut and dry. He's pretty cut and dry. I guess the other thing that was cool about Tomb Kings, especially with getting the 4 lords, and I guess this was true about Vampire Coast too, was that CA tried really, really hard to more or less give us additional flavor for the lords, instead of it just being like they're all kind of copies of each other, generally speaking, and there's no real like flavor change behind them. You know, each of the lords have flavor. They're difficult in their own ways. Cetra's being the easiest of all of them, and then Ketep being the hardest of them. But Khalida is still reasonably difficult. Archon is still reasonably difficult, without it just being like, here's your easy faction, here's your hard as balls faction. That was nice. That was really nice. I guess we do want to talk about them. So the racial attributes, they started out with a mortuary cult, which we'll get into a little bit more as we go into the game. But the mortuary cult is what gave dwarves the foundation for their forge mechanic. The forge mechanic does not exist in Warhammer 1. So that was really cool that they got that. It's kind of like how the Skaven are now getting an Under Empire, because of the way the coves worked for Vampire Coast. I do like that CA is always experimenting with things, and actually, as a small aside, I think this is why, as much as people bitched and whined and cried and whatever else about Three Kingdoms being pushed back, and that was going to be such a shit game. Now Three Kingdoms have come out with a couple of things that people have been asking for fucking ever, like being able to move your capital. As far as I know, that's the first time, or like something that was gone for a long time, you know, and now is, you know, back. People have been asking that forever. I mean, those of you who've been playing Warhammer 2 for a long time, remember when trade was blocked off by rivers? You couldn't fucking do anything because your settlement was blocked by a river? I'm pretty sure at launch, Morathi just couldn't trade. She just couldn't. Because a river blocked off her path. But there's nothing you can do about it. You can own everything surrounding her. And you couldn't change anything about it. Now imagine in Warhammer 2, you'd be able to change that shit. You'd be able to move stuff around. That's going to be in Three Kingdoms. You know? So, and CA has shown with every faction coming out, this ties into the Mortuary Cult and the Forge Mechanic for Dwarves. Every time new shit gets added to the game, they find ways of trying to reintegrate it into the old stuff and kind of revive it a little bit. I have no doubt that in Warhammer 3, as they come out with new mechanics in Warhammer 3, there's a very strong possibility that we're going to see the old factions, even of Warhammer 2, that are kind of brought up to date and been like, you know, this mechanic that we invented in Warhammer 3 would have really meet, let's say, Dark Elves. Something else that we could have given Dark Elves. So let's rework them and give them something. You know? It's something that I think CA should be applauded for, and trying to, instead of it just being like, nope, here's your faction, here they are, get the fuck out of here. Instead, they're always trying to adapt shit, so. But whatever. Small rant over. You always make me sad because you talk about Warhammer 3, but who knows what'll come out, such a tease. I strongly think that we'll see it spring 2020. That's what I think. I think spring 2020. Hey, Ursa. That's what I feel. That's a year from now? Well, yeah. A year from now, we might have ogres. You might be dead. We all might be dead, Travis. Who knows? Who knows? Anyways, so then they have dynasties. So here's the thing about Tomb Kings. Tomb Kings are capped by lords, but not by, or they're capped by lords and capped by units. Their dynasties allow them to recruit new lords. It's a pretty interesting mechanic. We'll show it off a little bit more in campaign. But that kind of proved, like, because they have no upkeep. The faction has no upkeep in its soldiers, which is very, very odd. That's the first time that they've ever done that, which is a really cool concept. Because there's no upkeep, you don't pay anything for the lords. The lords are then restricted, and so are the units. So very interesting style that they came up with, and honestly, it's probably something that we're going to see more of. Maybe not so much the whole upkeep system, but a way is managing empires by being able to limit the number of lords you have. As such, Tomb Kings, like Vampire Coast, do not confederate, because it would be really stupid for you to be able to confederate other Tomb King factions and then have all their lords, and then you just snowball from there, because you get one confederation off and then just a cascade of lords. Then you have the Realm of Souls mechanic, which we'll explore in battle. Honestly, Realm of Souls is pretty shitty and doesn't really do a whole lot. It helps early game, but not so much. Not so much later on. I remember fighting battles late game Tomb Kings with like all Tomb Guard front lines, where I never even triggered any of the Realm of Souls mechanics, and that was with playing against like reasonably good armies, so not just complete trash armies. We'll talk about this as we get into battles, but Realm of Souls I'd like to actually see changed and figure out some other way of implementing Realm of Souls more thematically or more interestingly into Tomb King armies. Going over the lords, you do have Settra the Imperishable, the Big Dick King himself, the Tyrant of Tyrants. He is your basic ass bitch starter faction, because he tries to give you everything you could ever possibly want for Tomb Kings. For example, Public Order, which we'll go into why you never want a rebellion as Tomb Kings. Hugo's Growth, which is also huge considering how bad that is for them as well as construction time for provinces and capital settlements. Normally I'd scoff at this, but for Tomb Kings, he really needs that a lot. Lord Effects, he's got an extra large aura size so that you don't crumble nearly as badly. And then he also has a bonus replenishment rate for Tomb Guard and Skeleton Chariot units. Which is also very, very important. We'll go over how amazing Tomb Guards are later on as we go into things. Then you've got Ketep, also known as the thorn of pretty much everybody's ass over in Lustria and Nagaland. He can have a suitable climate of mountains. He gets some free Canoptic Jars every turn, which is whatever. Diplomatic relationships with Dark Elves means that he is always going to be at war with Dark Elves. There is never going to be any chance of that, of not being at war with them. Because of that, he's pretty much always going to be on the run and always going to be having trouble. So there's a little extra casualty replenishment, a little campaign movement for him as well. And then Lord Effects, he gets bonus for Lich Priests and recruit rank for Lich Priests as well. Which is nice, by the way, because Heroes for Tomb Kings don't require buildings to recruit. They just need caps. So Ketep just gets free Lich Priests. Just neat.
There is only vengeance.
Khalida. Khalida starts off down in the corner. She's in kind of a rough spot to begin with, but once you solidify and get her 10-slot province, she starts out basically like anyone else. She just fights a more varied set of units in the form of Skaven and Lizardmen, more so than Cetra does or anything else. Ketep fights a shit ton of Dark Elves because he's up in that area. Liberis deals with a lot more varied, and then eventually Tomb Kings, Greenskins, etc., all that good shit. She does have suitable climate in jungle. She gets to be friendly with Tomb Kings because God knows she needs allies and ammunition. She is very flavored for archers. She is your undead archer lady. She gets poison attacks for the army, minus 50% attrition, and untainted, which is really nice because you need that against Skaven and well, basically just Skaven, I guess. Actually, now that I think about it. She is really difficult to start, but once you've gotten the start, she's fine. It's just getting that start that's the issue. And then you have Archon the Black. Archon has a lot of flavor for Tomb Kings because he's basically kind of like a vampire count, but not. And here's kind of the problem. He gets a selection of various vampire count units, which are not a crazy selection, not a crazy awesome selection, but they are nice early game. The main issue with Archon is the fact that he doesn't actually have any kind of vampire spells. Like, he's got vampire count units, but then for whatever reason his unique lore did not include invocation the heck, and he's off in no man's land fighting dwarves to start off with. You really need something to give him that extra edge, especially against dwarves, and he really struggles against that early game. And then he's gonna also have to fight the easy one, Cetra. He does have negative 50 diplomatic relations with all Tomb Kings, so he's pretty much always going to end up at war with Tomb Kings. He gets bonus relations with Vampire Counts, and I'm pretty sure Vampire Coast as well. He gets bonus wins, and interestingly enough, when he was released, we didn't understand the Vampire Corruption thing, but eventually we understood it because we got Vampire Coast. And so he does make very natural allies with both Vampire Coast and with Vampire Counts. His Lord effects are kind of boring, actually, because they're only for heroes in his army, which is kind of silly. But he does start basically at eternal war with the other Tomb Kings. Archon, I think, is probably the third hardest. It would probably go Cetra, Khalida, Archon, and Ketep in order of easy to hardest. As such, if you're new to Tomb Kings, I would definitely consider Cetra. I only play Cetra because I don't really like Tomb Kings, and Cetra is the only way that I can like even begin to enjoy Tomb Kings. The main issue with Cetra that I don't like is that Cetra deals with the mirror match a lot, and I really hate mirror match factions. The problem is the same thing for Archon, which would be my second choice, and Archon is even worse off than Cetra is. So it's kind of shitty. If Archon actually had vampire spells, I'd consider playing Archon instead, because you could always just like big dick Archon armies and then be totally fine. But unfortunately, he doesn't really allow for those things. So we are going to go with Cetra tonight. I'd like if Archon had some horde mechanics. I don't think that's a good idea. Tomb Kings with Invocation. I honestly think the only reason why they didn't do Tomb Kings they didn't do Archon with Invocation was because of multiplayer. I think if multiplayer wasn't a thing, I think Archon would have it. I really do. But unfortunately, that is not the case.
Mighty Cetra, greatest.
Gotta get archers and Invocation. But what about artillery? I don't want archers. What about gunpowder, Toby? All right, so let's talk about a few things. First of all, as you might notice, we have no background income because our armies are completely free. You see, there is no cost, but there is a cap. That is how Tomb Kings play. We are also limited by being able to recruit lords, because we have to unlock additional lords through the dynasties and through the mortuary cult. You can see up here that we are currently at our cap. So we will be running around with just Cetra for a good chunk of this stream. So because of that, we are going to be incredibly broke, and managing your money is going to be really important. The nice thing about that is that you can only go up from here. There really isn't any other problem beyond this. Like, it's only strictly what you get and what you sell, or what you spend, right? There is no worrying about, oh shit, I can't recruit war sphinxes because they're so expensive. The buildings are really fucking expensive, but the war sphinx themselves are always cheap. And therefore, that means that you can always recruit them if you lose them. That's the nice thing about Tomb Kings. Never really worried about like losing units in theory, because you should be always able to recruit them anew. Normally that sounds amazing. I don't really like that style though, because you're basically guaranteed to be running around with armies that are completely disposable. I'm not really a big fan of that. It's just kind of, I don't know, it's boring and dull to me. I realize that sounds like a back bitch problem, but I just don't really like the style of having those disposable armies. Hi, Rubio. I see you, man. So with that in mind, let's take a look at the cities. So first of all, in the old Kimry section, basically in the Southlands, you have Great Pyramids. Great Pyramids are all basically based on real Egypt. They cost a shit ton of money. They took a long ass time to recruit. They even take growth. How thematic of that, killing the undead slaves in order to do it. However, you do get some bonus shit, like having bonus wins, +3 extra jars every turn, public order in adjacent provinces, unit gain experience, all that good shit. It's not too shabby. It's a little expensive. Definitely not, I don't think, one of the better ones. There's a couple better ones, I think. They are really all expensive. That's the real issue behind them. And as previously stated, it takes a long ass time for us to start making some serious cash. I mean, when we get to 1,000 a turn, then we can be like, oh man, this feels great. That's how little income they make. Sadly. So that is that. We do get gold mine, which is going to be kind of nice. That's another reason why Cetra is considered easy. And then, as you notice, as we build military buildings, it's the unit capacity. So local recruitment is going to be based on these buildings. Global recruitment is, of course, anywhere. But on top of that, it's just unit capacity. If you notice, we don't necessarily get a whole lot better. We have tier 1 is the skeleton chariot, and then tier 2 is going to give us two archer chariots, but no more skeleton chariots. And same thing here with Screaming Skull. So honestly, understanding what you want to build is going to be key to picking out what buildings you should be building. I wish he'd do tutorials on Emmy, but it makes sense for new players. I don't know, this looks like Emmy to me. Furthermore, you do have to kind of plan things out as to what you want. That being said, this shit is expensive. Basically, everything above tier 3 is golden, except for Tomb Guard. Tomb Guard are really good. You're going to want to have them. Pretty much as any kind of frontline army. There are a ton of upgrades for Tomb Guard that you can eventually get. These, when fully pimped out, they are really, really, really good. Really, really good. So Tomb Guard are really, really good. Chariots are going to be really essential for early game, and so are archers. But beyond that, pretty much everything else in here is kind of shit. Ushabti later on, once they get a bunch of upgrades, they're okay. But I've never been a big fan of them. Plus, you only end up getting two of them and then one great bow for every tier 4 settlement that you can get. That's if you want to build them. In order to actually get an army that's using Ushabti, it's going to take a considerable amount of time, especially because you're going to want to be using those tier 4s to be upgrading and getting things like Tomb Scorpions. The Tomb Scorpion building would actually be really shit if it didn't have 2 Tomb Scorpions. Being able to build one building and shove 2 Tomb Scorpions into an army makes the Tomb Scorpion building amazing. There's also some advantages with Necrotechs as well that give bonuses to having more of these units, which is really nice. But basically, the Tomb King late game is going to be consistent of Tomb Guard and or constructs. Basically, however you want to do it. That being said, because we're limited by unit caps here, we're going to have to be really careful about how we build. Cetra's pretty simple because he already gives a bunch of bonuses for having Tomb Guard and stuff like that. So like he's very natural for it. You just be like, okay, that's okay, build Tomb Guard. But for later armies, we're not going to have enough Tomb Guard to go all around. You know, we're going to want a front line of give me a second. Anyways, we're not going to have enough Tomb Guard to go into every single army, so we're going to have to pick specific armies that we want to have Tomb Guard in them. That's part of going to be the playstyle of Tomb Kings, is that you are going to have more or less like your premier armies, usually your Legendary Lord, and then your subsequent, 2-3 armies or whatever are going to be kind of shit. They're going to have maybe a couple of things that are going to give them advantages, but for the most part, you're going to be limited on where you can put good stuff. So the red line is going to be really, really important to remember for each of the lords. That being said, there is no cookie cutter in-game for Tomb Kings. Basically, everything that they have all becomes decent as long as it's like tier 3 and above for sure. The archers are okay, but they're very squishy. They're okay for archers. Otherwise, you're going to be wanting to focus pretty much exclusively on everything that's tier 4 and above. That includes Necropolis Knights as well. I'm not thrilled about Necropolis Knights, but they can be useful. I'm not really thrilled about this building chain is the problem, because I don't think that it really gives you a whole lot of value. But eventually, if you're interested in having decent armies, it is going to require you to build a variety of different buildings. So for every one of these, there's not going to be a main, like, you should go for these things. I am going to end up getting, and I do think that it's not a bad idea that you should get Sunscorched Bones, generally speaking. The reason being is that you'll always be able to recruit Skeleton Warriors and Spearman units. And because you'll always be able to recruit those, this is always a reasonably viable point to put into your army. That's not always going to be the case. But If you're like, I got this lord, I'm not really sure what to do with him, Sunscorched Bones is never a bad thing, I don't think. On top of that, having Arrows of Asaph is not bad because you're going to have ammunition for the skeleton archers, which is going to be nice. You can do Master Charioteers if you want to focus more on the chariots. The chariot style that Tomb Kings have, a lot of people thought chariots are going to be a lot more predominant. It's just that you get chariots very quickly, and that's it. They don't really, chariots for Tomb Kings don't really ever get really a whole lot better. They're always just kind of there. So they're going to be really vital for early game, but late game I don't feel they're particularly strong. Now, if you do manage to get a couple War Sphinxes in the army, those are always nice. You've got Revered Stonemasonry for Hero Titans, Ushabti, and Ushabti Great Bows, which are decent. These are good for your Big Dick Construct armies. And then Stone Sentinels is going to be everything else. Your Necro Sphinxes. They had to split up War Sphinxes and Necro Sphinxes for a reason. Can't make both of those really good. And then Scorpions in here as well. So, unlike the other factions, I don't think that there's really a set order you should go on. You just need to pay attention to what are you going to put in this army. And once you figure out what you're going to put in this army, then put those skill points in on top of it. The nice thing is if it's ever a problem, you can just go ahead and pull out a new lord. If ever you're like, oh yeah, this is, not what I wanted to do, just disband that old one and put in a new one. And then redo his skill points if possible, if you've got lord recruit rank and stuff. All right. Let's talk about technology for a moment. Technology, if you've noticed, is like all of the trees, is significantly different for Tomb Kings. All of these are going to be starting off with an army capacity, but you're going to lose research rate. This is their way of kind of slowing the game down a little bit and preventing Tomb Kings from just, by the time that they recruit all this shit, boom, they're ready with, 7 armies or whatever else to go roll over things. There is a style in which you can start to research all of them, because you lose that research rate every single turn, or every time that you complete one of these, that you research all of them within one turn of them completing, and then after all of them are researched up to one turn left, you then change over and over and over. And that way, you get all of these armies almost instantaneously. I don't know how comfortable, I've not done that style myself. I don't know how comfortable I feel with it personally, because you get outnumbered, especially on Legendary. Unlike hard and normal, I could see being okay because you could probably outmaneuver armies pretty easily. But Tomb Kings are not only pretty weak, but also tend to be outnumbered as well. And so that's kind of the problem. So I personally would not be very comfortable with doing this in the first place. It is a suggestion for you if you feel that you are comfortable with it. I probably wouldn't do it the first time you did Tomb Kings, but after that, you can always give it another chance later on. Each of these just unlocks a new lord, and of course lowers your research rate. You get more research rate on the actual buildings themselves, on your main settlement. Khemri, I think, automatically has 10%, but all other buildings have 30%. So when you own 10 settlements, you contradict this research rate, which sounds amazing, except for the fact that you're not going to conquer as quickly as you would like. On top of that, we have the Canoptic jars, which we'll talk about a little bit later. But all of this is going to be all unique lords that you can summon in. Each of them are going to be like the legendary lords for Vampire Coast, the legendary admirals, where you get special stuff like taxation rate, ward save for himself, public order for all settlements, all that stuff. But they're locked behind having jars. Jars are something we're going to accrue either passively or in combat. I'll show you a little bit more about that in a second in the Mortuary Cult. Just know that each of these does do some neat shit. The unfortunate thing here is things like the Khemrian War Sphinx. You do get one more Khemrian War Sphinx, but you got to be able to recruit a Khemrian War Sphinx in order to get it. It doesn't work like heroes, which I'll also show off here in a second. That being said, though, Dynasty of the sixth one does give you more chariots, and early game chariots are really, really, really important. I'm not gonna lie about that. Early game chariots are really important. Late game chariots get outnumbered and crushed pretty easily later on. Pretty much any advantage that they have against infantry is pretty much negated as soon as you start encountering tier 4 and tier 5 infantry for sure, even tier 3 infantry to a certain degree. They are very squishy. You have to babysit them very much. Unfortunately, though, Tomb Kings require having that extra little bit of firepower. So getting Alcazar the second is really, really important. If you want more chariots. This is an easy way of getting more chariots without having to build a building. So it's up to you. If you are going to rush a dynasty because you want the advantages of that particular dynasty, this is definitely the one to go for. On top of that, though, each of them has their own technology tree, all of which are actually pretty quick in researching once you've unlocked them. And all of them have specific things. Like they buff, each of them buff a specific set of units. So you do kind of have to plan things around those specific things because you're locked out otherwise. You do also, once you actually have money, have proclamations as well. This is a really cool mechanic that, again, is expensive because of Tomb Kings. But once you're able to do it, though, you do get faction-wide bonuses, which is really, really important and really, really cool if you can accrue that kind of money. This is, like most things in Total War, a snowbally effect. You also go to unlock heroes like this. Like I said earlier, hero capacity is based upon your tech tree and based upon bonuses and things like that you get. It's not based upon buildings like it is for most factions. And so paying attention to that means that you can recruit heroes much more quickly than other factions, but you are limited on those said factions. Or limited on those set heroes. You have to be kind of picky and choosy on it. But they are free, which is always good. And then you eventually get heralds. Heralds are unique heroes. They also cost jars. Some of those heralds are really, really good. Being able to give armor and weapon strength for Tomb Guard is really, really good. Giving death blow to a lot of units is really, really good. And then eventually you get the heralds empowered once you've completed it. This shit won't happen until probably like turn 200-ish or something like that. But it is really nice if you can get to it. On top of that, let's talk about the Mortuary Cult. Mortuary Cult came with Tomb Kings, and this was the update to Dwarves as well. When we do talk about Dwarves, you'll obviously see a very big similarity between the two. The main mechanic is just costing jars. There's a little bit of gold that's included with the Legions of Legend. However, everything else doesn't really have any kind of gold cost to it. So don't worry about the gold that goes on here. These are unique regiments of renown that are locked only to this, not on Lord level. So if you want this shit, you got to be able to produce these things. Because of that, you're going to need trade resources, which is why they go ahead and show you exactly what you have access to. Remember that it's not just things that you produce; it's also things that you're trading. Game does keep track of what you were receiving as well. And so, for example, we can't produce elven trinkets. Okay, I think maybe you can if you take Sartosa. I think. Otherwise, you're gonna need to trade for this kind of shit. Same thing for like dwarven beer and things like that. So being able to trade for these things is really important. So you need to pay attention to who you can trade with, and also taking a port is going to be really important so that you can trade with dwarves or elves or empire, whoever the fuck you want to trade with. So pay attention to those things. As such, they do get unique weapons that you can pick and choose what you want at any given time. No more randomness in picking up shit. Oh, that's right, Toby. Yeah, there's a landmark in Nordland that does as well. What do you mean, kill cannon? I don't know what you mean by that. The coolness about this is the fact that it's very reachable. You understand exactly what you need to get in order to get these items. And I think it's a really cool approach from CA, being able to just show you this is all you need to have access to, and then go ahead and pick things. Go ahead and pick what you want. So not all of these are created equal, of course. That's going to be more up to you to figure out what you like. I don't remember what the Tomb King ones are that I really like. I know the Dwarven ones, but I don't play Tomb Kings enough to remember exactly which ones are the ones that I always want. I think the Armor of Eternity is the one that I really like for armor. Being able to get a passive ward save, melee defense, armor, and regeneration is all very, 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 very good. The hard part about this one is getting spices, I think. Not super hard, but it's harder. Then, of course, you can get potions and shit like that. And eventually into items as well. Poison attacks, regeneration here, too. Regen is always good, so, you know, what's new there? Also, causing terror is also not a bad thing either. Since we are dead, it does kind of help. So yeah, talismans, arcane items, all that good shit. Trading with Tomb Kings is important. It's very important in the base of the economy. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm trying to say. Yes, that's kind of what I'm trying to say. So that's jars. The other important thing about Tomb Kings is that unlike other factions,
Address me as your highness.
they actually like great power. I don't actually have any great power right now, but that's what the power is everything moniker is. And that means the larger we get, the more friendly you can become with other Tomb King factions, which is nice, which means that no matter what faction you're playing, you can always be a friend of Settra, because he just likes it if you're strong. The same thing is going to be here for Tomb Kings. Because of that, there are going to be some Tomb Kings that we could potentially will leave alive simply because killing them is just going to be a pain in the ass. You know, they're going to recruit armies about the same time that we're going to be able to recruit armies, or maybe a little bit faster. And so we have to tech up quickly and get like good armies in order to crush them and take their territory. And that's kind of a problem because that means that you can have a 1 province Tomb King or 1 settlement Tomb King and then a 30 province Tomb King, and they'll have virtually the same amount of armies. That's not entirely true, but there's a difference of like 2 armies. You know, it's going to be a lot more of a pain in the ass to crack that 1 settlement than it is just to let them go and go find somebody else to beat the shit out of. Unfortunately, that is just how the way it works with Tomb Kings and being able to fight them slowly. The other thing is that means that they will always be able to crank out new armies at any given time, rather than you just being able to decimate a couple of armies and force them to recover over a number of turns. That unfortunately does not work for them very much. I guess the last thing is going to be the Books of Nagash. The Books of Nagash is important mostly for Vortex, although they're added here for flavor. For Mortal Empires, which is really cool.
Oh,
these books do all shuffle around every single turn. I'm sorry, not every turn. Every campaign, you'll find different ones in different places. They are not always going to be locked to the same places. And so sometimes you can get very lucky about where you can find them. Some of them, you know, like this campaign is actually going to be kind of cool because the one closest to us, although it is a relatively difficult army to defeat that has this book, is going to be army capacity +1 and 10 Tomb Guard and skeleton chariots. It's very, very nice. These do, like I said, rotate around, and they are tied to specific settlements and to specific rogue armies. These rogue armies are nothing to joke about. They are usually some of the best of the best. They're usually a unique combination. Like I believe Eyes of the Jungle is a combination of Wood Elves and Lizardmen, I believe. And they also have experience. So they're a pain in the ass to try to kill. What I would suggest is, if possible, because they were always technically in unfriendly territory, I would use a Tomb Prince to wound them. And wounding them over and over again will eventually soften them up. You'll still need to send in a decent army to defeat them, because even weakened Sars and Glade, or not Glade Guard, whatever other archers, the Anyways, this army is still really a bitch to kill. Same for Black Creek Raiders. But like I said, they do shuffle around, and like I said, they are all permanent bonuses that once you get them, you get them. And some of them are really, really good. Like I said, this one is really powerful. So this campaign would actually be nice. So pay attention to where those books are and when you can take them. I think that is it for now. Oh, they're rights. I forgot about the rights. For example, you can get a Casket of Souls. It's the only way to get a Casket of Souls. This is a unique artillery piece that is a pretty powerful thing. But it is expensive. It is 5K, which I know my camera is showing or is blocking, but 5K is quite a bit for Tomb Kings. You do get Lord Recruit rank and Recruit rank plus 2 to all units, which is good, but on the other hand, like, you know, you cost 5K. This is something that I think is going to be a lot more powerful the longer the game goes on. It's not something that you're going to be able to pop very frequently early game. You get Petra's Necrotech if you use a Necrotech. Or I'm sorry, if you recruit a Necrotech. Or, I'm sorry, perform an action with the Necrotech, which is literally anything. You can instantly colonize a ruins at level 3. This is cool, but it's still 4K. That's still really expensive. It's expensive either way, and I understand that it's expensive either way. But 4K is not something that Tomb Kings can quickly deal with. And even though you are upgraded automatically to level 3, it does not necessarily solve all of your problems. So personally, I don't particularly enjoy this Necrotech hero very much. The Great Incantation of Khazar is nice because you get attrition in your own territories. Nice way of preventing people from coming in and fucking with you. This one I would encourage you to use if you're worried about things invading, especially against like other Tomb King armies invading. And then the Great Incantation of Geheb. You get bonus growth, jars, construction time. But the most important part here, Tomb Swarm. They've nerfed Tomb Swarm already this last patch. But this thing is ridiculously powerful, basically. Long story short is that the AI is always going to have Tomb Swarms up and available at any given time because they're the AI and they get bonuses. Tomb Swarms make sieges incredibly painful. Incredibly fucking painful. So if given the chance, this is going to be the right we're going to be popping most frequently. Every time that we know we're going to have major combat, we're always going to pop Tomb Swarm. Tomb Swarm does increase charges based upon the number of lords present in an army, which means that if you have a settlement, you're fighting against a Tomb King settlement, and they have their garrison and 2 other lords, they get 6 charges of Tomb Swarm. This damage was reduced in this last patch, but it is still a massive nightmare to deal with. It deals roughly the same damage in an AoE that Fate of Buna, a 20 wins death spell, does the same unit, but only to a single unit. So this is frighteningly powerful. So because of that, always be aware of when they have. I would always click on other Tomb King armies to make sure that you know exactly when they have Tomb Swarm up, and do not fight them if they have Tomb Swarm up unless you know that you can overwhelm them. I hope someday that they'll change that and make it so that the AI doesn't get it. As you can see, this is locked behind a tier 4 building, you know, but they get this shit pretty much immediately. So huge fucking pain in the ass. Cetra does start at war with 2 factions. He starts with follows Nagash, which is Archon, and then we have war with the Top Knots. Savage Orcs are kind of a pain in the ass, but we've got the tools in order to deal with them. There is going to be a lot of base hitting the first few turns. Based on that, we're going to go ahead and get some boys. I think actually we're going to need some spears. That melee defense for a little bit. And then the other thing was we need the archer building, I think. Right? Me thinky hard here. I think we want archers. And then research, we're going to go ahead and start working on, I think, the 6th Dynasty. I don't think we might want. I might actually go for it. Well, you know what? We're doing this for tutorial, so I'm going to go ahead and do the 6th Dynasty for those at home. Oops. For those who get home. Okay. All right, I'll be right back. All right, so we're going to spend a lot of time here recruiting because we're going to go end up dealing with the orcs first. A main thing to pay attention to is the fact that we do not want a rebellion here. We are going to need to deal with Sandri at some point. They are a one settlement area. They are going to have some undead and shit, but we do not want a rebellion at all. And that's going to be really, really paramount. Normally I've had Tomb Kings come through and take this anyway, which means we have to start a war with them. The problem is if we let the Savage Orcs get away for too long, they do end up sending a lot of really aggressive stacks at us, and that is a huge problem. So, do you want to garrison inside and make sure that we try to deal with that as quickly as possible in terms of public order? And we don't want a rebellion for Tomb Kings because, unlike other factions, Tomb Kings are, because they have free upkeep, normally a rebellion is based upon the income that a settlement makes, as well as what tier it is, and also what military recruitment buildings there are. Because of those reasons, Tomb Kings don't have any economy usually tied to their settlements, right? In terms of like what their units cost. That's what I mean when I'm talking about economy. In terms of what their units cost, as well as just simply having recruitment buildings means that whenever Rebellion pops up here, you can get any number of units, and that includes tier 5 units. So you might have Rebellion pop up, and you have to kill War Sphinxes, or you have to kill Hero Titans, or you have to kill a shit ton of Tomb Guard, whatever. So it is imperative that you always try to avoid having a Tomb King Rebellion, pretty much no matter what, and if you do get a Rebellion, you need to squash it almost immediately. Actually, I'd say immediately. So part of that is going to have your Lord running around there as well. So we are going to need a garrison, and we are going to need to figure out some way of dealing with Xandri at some point. We do want Xandri because it is a port, and it's right next to our home. So we do want that at some point, but we are actually at war with Top Knots at the moment, so that's the real issue. Global recruit? Oh yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah, I'm dumb. I forget about that with Tomb Kings. Yeah, I should global recruit. That's my mistake. That's all right. Hey, Swoop, by the way. And yeah, Bunnett, I saw you in there. Yeah, I watch Moon a lot. Now that he's been doing the GTA RP. So it's been really, really fun to watch him do shit. Okay, we do want archers because they are going to be something important to our playstyle. We've got a decent number of spears. Let's get some more spears. Hey, Klingon. Okay. Might try to trade with Numas.
Dynasty has hosted you before. I cannot remember when.
We could try to get an non-aggression. So here's the thing. Because we are at war with Archon, eventually we want to start working our way over to Archon. We're going to want to take the Pyramid of Nagash, because it's the Pyramid of Nagash. And actually, I think it's tied to an objective. Yeah, you must hold the Black Pyramid. So we do need to take this at some point. These guys are always going to be aggressive towards us, but never actually declare war and come fight us. They just want to, so they're always going to guard their own territory. So we could safely ignore this for a long time, but we do end up wanting to work our way over to Archon. Somebody has to win between us and Archon, which means that we can, in theory, forgive Numas and ignore them for a while. Basically, any of the Tomb Kings that are down here, we can kind of just ignore them for the time being, because we don't actually have to deal with them at all. We're going to have to worry about Archon, though. So Archon, and then obviously the Top Knots. No, I didn't think anything was going to happen with Jacob, because Moon was pretty legit about things. Although Jacob is one not to be crossed, he knew the situation, and if something had happened with him and Jacob wasn't there to directly witness the events, then he probably would have killed Moon. But because he was there and watching what had happened, and he was of course the one who got hit by what's his face, then I didn't think that he was going to end up killing him. Because there wasn't really any reason for him to kill him, I didn't think.
Mighty am I.
Okay, we've got one each. That's true that Jacob doesn't need a reason, and I'm not trying to suggest that he needs a reason or anything like that. I'm just saying that I didn't feel that he was going to simply
my
because of that.
Offer proper tribute, and the pact may be for never.
We can ignore them. We're never gonna, like I said, never gonna deal with Eyes of the Jungle. They're whatever. And then we are gonna eventually kill the Strigoi Empire, who are at war currently with the Rakif dynasty. We are gonna need to deal with Rakifs, I think. Yeah, Moon did a really good job with it, just being, I'm sorry. So that's why he is. I don't know who's more unhinged, Jacob or Otto. I think Jacob probably is, just because Otto, I think, can be dealt with. If you show that you're a man to Otto and, are worth your weight, he might find you useful. Whereas Jacob doesn't really give a shit about who anybody is. He does his own thing no matter what, you know. I think Otto is definitely. Quick question: I was playing a skink campaign. How do you face off against Nagrund as Mazdamundi? That is a question that is incredibly hard to answer. I remember because I played Mazdamundi as my first ever campaign in this game, and man, fighting Dark Elves was a nightmare for Lizardmen. Honestly, I think a combination of magic and getting them into really shitty situations and killing those armies as quickly as you possibly can is the best way to go about it. The problem is that Dark Elves kind of counter Lizardmen pretty well. The reason being is that they have a lot of armor piercing. They've got decent enough range and kiting capabilities, as well as a lot of anti-large. So you don't have a whole lot of clear-cut options against fighting them. The main thing is just trying to catch them in shitty situations and being able to outmaneuver them on the battlefield. The problem with that, though, is that their cav is not really particularly good for the situation. Although that was something I was thinking about. The change to Primal Instincts might make Horned ones actually good now. So something to consider. That might actually be nice. So other than that, though, man, they're rough. You're right that elves in general are really strong, but I think that dark elves are scarier for lizardmen than high elves are. Not by a whole lot, but I still think, because like, although the bows of like archers and stuff like that are longer range, there isn't nearly as much armor piercing damage. Whereas pretty much everything dark elves have is armor piercing. I think the lizardman the lizardman matchup with dark elves is going to get a lot better with this DLC, simply because they'll be changing primal instincts and make it so that cav is a little bit stronger for lizardmen. As well as like just having more options. But yeah, it's rough. To be honest, I don't really have a good straight up solution, because a Doomstack versus Doomstack, lizardmen just kind of falter in the face of dark elves. You just kind of have to try to overpower them as much as you possibly can, and just being able to lick your wounds as much as you can. Especially against like with your Saurus and stuff like that, because you're gonna lose Saurus. Like you're gonna lose whole Saurus models. That's just what's gonna happen. So being able to like crush out the armies that come at you might make that difference. But it's pretty brutal. That's part of why I say that they're that's why it's a big problem for Mazdamundi, and why I honestly do not believe that is a very good thing that they consider Mazdamundi to be easy, because I think it's a pretty big lie. I don't think Mazdamundi is easy at all. All right, so if we look at the power projection here, you can see the top knots are strength 7, right, and only have 3 settlements. So obviously this is not the only one. We are being raided, which kind of sucks. We're going to need to try to debate them into some kind of fight that we want them to be in. On normal difficulty is pretty easy. Yeah, that's the problem. That's the problem. Like, that's the thing. Because I was playing on Legendary 2 when the game first came out, and man, was it a fucking pain in the ass. It was such a huge pain in the ass to try to deal with him. I was playing on Vortex 2. The Vortex strat was a little bit different, because there is that giant, like basically this part. No, I'm sorry. There's a little bit larger part, I think, in on Vortex that kind of extends out towards Ulthuan, and I basically controlled all that territory. And then every time an army came in, I just lightning striked with Mazdamundi and shut them down, and just had to re-recruit new units, because like they send a lot of units. One thing you could consider, and I haven't tried this strat now, but you could go and take out Ancient City of Quintex. And I realized that you're like, oh, Ancient City of Quintex, that's inhospitable terrain for them. That's true, but Ancient City of Quintax does still make a shit ton of money, and it does deal with Morathi immediately, and that's pretty much the major stronghold for Dark Elves in that area. At least on Mortal Empires, I think that would work. On Vortex, though, I'm not sure that would work, because basically basically Dark Elf territory is really shitty for them. As Teclis enemy, where should I expand to first? If at all possible, try to expand into the Awakening. Or to Ulthuan, yeah. That's actually a strat. If you can make contact with the ILs back on Ulthuan, you can theoretically confederate with one of them, particularly Safri, and that will help a lot because you'll get into some territory that isn't as much of an issue. However, if you're going to be on Lustria, then going to fight the Awakening for its triple ports is good. The problem is the corruption, and that's Teclis's biggest issue is forever, is that he's got to deal with that corruption forever. So, something to consider. If you plan on Lustria, go for the Awakening. So this is something that pops up. This is a scripted thing that happens every, I think, like 50 or 60 turns or something like that, where you do get a hero increase, and they do automatically give you a free whatever one that you want. So here's the thing. Tomb Kings, especially early game, need every advantage that they could ever possibly get, and one of those main advantages is having a decent caster. Magic, of course, opens up basically a third dimension on the battlefield, and the other two don't really provide anything. Necrotech are good for increasing the amount of units that you can get, or the amount of constructs, but if you can't complete the constructs in the first place, then the Necrotech is pretty much useless. Oh, it only happens once? Really? I thought it happened again later on. I thought it was one of those things that was kind of like Vampire Coast, where it's timed. You know, it takes a long-ass time, but eventually it does come around. But whatever. Okay, happens one time. That's okay. Tomb Princes are decent for keeping your dudes alive, like the morale and stuff, and they're decent fighters of their own. They don't really bring a whole lot else to them as well. So I would say always go for the Lich Priest because it helps. It helps, gives that third dimension to magic and casting. So Architect makes your default constructs OP though early game. Yeah, how many constructs do you get early game though? You can have one OP construct, which by the way is already pretty OP in terms of Tetra, or you can just get a mage who's going to make your entire army in theory a lot more OP. I would say get a Lich Priest, especially if we get lucky and get a Shadow. We're gonna get Death. So here's the fun part. That's nice. Give me a second. It's kind of hot. Okay, so knowledgeable is okay, but here's the thing: we get access to Death, Light, and you have a chance of getting shadows if you have a book. You can recruit shadows if you have a certain book of Nagash, which in this case is this one, the 6th book. It looks like. It should always be the 6th book, but like I said, it'll change every game as to where it ends up going. But like sometimes you'll get lucky and it'll be this one instead, if you're really looking forward to that. So eventually you can recruit Shadows Priests, but that is not the case normally, as you can see here. This would be only if you have that book. Otherwise, you'd have Nehekara, you'd have Light, and you'd have Death. Personally, I don't like Nehekara very much. That's just kind of me. If you want to experiment with it, you're free to. It's a personal thing. I just don't like it very much. I find Lore of Net. Twitch chat says, I find Lore of Netkar being one of the worst lores. What's your opinion? I don't particularly enjoy Netkar. I think that it's kind of lackluster. I don't really think it brings a whole lot to the table. That Death, Shadows, and Light are just not better options. That being said, if you want, like I said, if you want to experiment with it, you do have Cetra, who does have Lore of Netkar. That's the other reason why you wouldn't want to talk, why you wouldn't bring it early game. But it is always an option. You do have a chance when you get that priest in order to get a Shadows Wizard, and if that is the case, always take them. Always take them. That being said, though, personally, I think a light priest is the best for Cetra. The reason for that is that for a change, Exorcism is actually a good lore passive to have for light. Exorcism is usually really boring because it only reduces the leadership of well, actually, let me just show you, because I do think I'm gonna get rid of this. I do like Knowledgeable that he has, which is nice, but I don't think that I really want Death right now. But I think in a Shadow Priest, always, if you can get them early, yes. But here's my thought process on light. Let's take the success chance because the 5% physical resistance isn't going to change things. The reason being here is that Exorcism is actually fairly good against the Tomb King mirror match. This is talking about specifically Cetra, by the way. I'm talking specifically about Cetra, potentially about Archon as well, but specifically about Cetra, because Exorcism does help, oddly enough, in the matchup against other Tomb Kings, because Tomb Kings don't really heal, right? So once they're pushed to a certain point in their leadership and they begin crumbling leads to damage. Damage leads to lower leadership. Lower leadership leads to more crumbling. It just ends up becoming a cycle of these things. Having Exorcism pop every once in a while means that you could potentially be causing extra damage and begin that cycle of self-crumbling faster than you averagely would. On top of that, we're dealing with basically papier-mâché skeletons. Those papier-mâché skeletons need every little bit of bonuses they could possibly get in the form of armor and melee defense. And it's true that Death does have debuffing spells, which is also good, but I think that Fi's Protection being spammable is really nice, as well as Light of Battle if you really, really needed it. Light of Battle also makes them unbreakable, which means they will stop crumbling, which is nice for a little while. But Fi's Protection is cheap, and it's also very quick to spam. On top of that, you do also get Banishment. You can either get Banishment, or you can get Purple Sun in the form of Death. Both are both are Vortex type spells, and both are just ways to get ahead in the mirror match. The Banishment is going to basically act like a pretend Tomb Swarm. You will need to get some kind of major DPS spell if possible. But Banishment's not bad. Purple Sun's not bad either. But I personally prefer being able to spam Fi's Protection and having Exorcism basically on cooldown for the mirror match. Death is not too far behind, but it's not prepared. It's not preferred in my opinion. Again, opinion. The nice thing about it, though, as I previously showed, you are based upon just caps. There is, as you can see, no cost here. So if, time goes on a little bit longer and we haven't done anything with that priest, maybe we go and recruit a new one. Possible. Or you'll end up having this one die, because that happens more often than I'd like. We are going to get a rebellion here if we're not careful, so we're going to go see exactly where they are. Normally they're a little more frisky. do want Xandri at some point, so we might go and take Xandri if the opportunity provides itself. We just want to be careful with the top knots because they will overwhelm us if we don't fight them like somewhere like Khemri. We need every single advantage we can get against them, which is why we have chariots, by the way. Chariots are going to try to provide a little bit of extra advantage. Oddly enough, the Savage Orcs do not very much like being mowed down by chariots. You see the eyes of the forest, eyes of the jungle. Do you not like playing Vortex? Not generally, no, I don't like playing Vortex. There are scenarios which I don't mind it as much, but generally speaking, no. Generally speaking, no. Vortex is not very preferred. And part of that is Twitch chat really does not like playing on Vortex either. What would you say that is? Part of the dream of Mortal Empires is the fact that you can play against all the major factions. On Vortex, you're limited to just the Warhammer 2 factions. And so it's not quite as enjoyable. I will say that it is a little bit more freeing in the fact that you can kind of ignore the Vortex objectives and just start conquering shit. And so it's kind of nice in that regard. You don't have to worry about chaos and all that bullshit. But you don't really have, you basically only have the major factions of Warhammer 2 to deal with. There is no great Empire, faction to ever worry about. There's really no great vampire counts, dwarves, all that shit all falls at the wayside. And so, like, it's kind of boring because you know that if you run into dwarves or vampires or Empire or whatever else, you know they're going to die. There is no saving them because AI factions that are not a major faction are always going to lose an auto-resolve eventually to somebody. Whether it's you or them or somebody else, they will die. So in that regard, it's a little bit less enjoyable because of that. It's also kind of cooler to just see the strategy here. I just started playing this game, so it's boring, and boring is good for me. There's nothing wrong with that. Turn 7, there's serious attacks to Savage Orcs camping Khemri. Yep, it happens. That's why I'm taking a look at Icky here. We do need to take Xandri, so that's the one I'm kind of worried about. Because we're also going to be pretty worried about what exactly happened. Because I have had Archon just rush his way over here before, which is really weird. Vortex is a better campaign to start with? Yeah, I think so. If you're not as familiar with the game, Vortex is definitely a better approach to things for sure. I think once you get used to things, it's not quite as bad. And you'll probably start to see the joy that is Mortal Empires. But I can certainly understand, at first it being a problem. Enemy turns are so slow. Yeah. Not everybody's going to like it, but the general consensus is that Vortex sucks.
Mighty am I.
That's the general consensus.
Citra the imperishable. Make way for Citra.
We We might actually sack this. Now I'm thinking about it. We might sack this. Let's go for Xandri. Well, I mean, there's nothing wrong with liking Vortex. I've changed my opinion a lot over the year and whatever, half or so this game has been out. Vortex, I think, for certain factions is more enjoyable. Like Vampire Coast for Vortex is a lot more enjoyable, I think. There's a lot more ocean, and Vampire Coast is kind of encouraged to sail around and to go do treasures and shit like that. And so for them, I think it's a lot cooler to go do Vortex on their shit and just not even care about where you're going. You can actually be pirates for a change. Whereas Immortal Empires, I think you're pretty much required to hold territory.
You speak with Cetra, King of Kings. Know that you...
Non-aggression? No thanks. I do like the money, but no. We're going to be fine. We're going to go to Gorgazan. We're going to kill that army, and then we're going to come deal with Matt. Non-aggression? No. Mazdamundi definitely does not deserve to be considered easy, I don't think. Maybe on like normal or easy, he could be easy. But any faction that has a diplomatic penalty with other factions should not really be considered easy. That's my 2 cents.
I refuse. Bow before your king.
You know, I wonder, now that I'm thinking about it a little bit, I wonder if the reason why, you guys know about the garrisons for Savage Orcs, right? For like, Orzag and stuff. I wonder if his garrisons are meant to be weaker because they knew that the AI was struggling with Savage Orcs. Like the Blue Vipers and shit like that. I wonder if that's part of why they made their garrisons so shitty. Krokgar is definitely the much better of the two lords. Krokgar starts off like really starved for income, but he at least has the firepower to back it up. Whereas Mazdamundi doesn't really have the firepower. He's got okay income, but that income does not make up for the amount of shit he's missing. The main issue with like Krokgar is that he's forced to deal with other legendary lords pretty quickly, whereas Mazdamundi is just kind of bled from all sides. What campaign do you think a noob should start with? Well, you said you're relatively new to the game. What campaigns have you played, and what about them did you like? Oh. Beat Lothar and Teclis. Okay. And what about High Elves did you enjoy?
Cetra the imperishable.
Ranged units were good. What do you own Mortal Empires? I guess on Vortex. Actually, Vortex Dark Elves isn't actually a bad idea. Restoring the Tomb Kings, I really want to like them. They feel clunky, and their units feel like paper. Well, sir, I agree. I also don't like Tomb Kings. Honestly, Tomb King units are very paperish, especially on like Legendary. I mean, look at these stats. He's just skeleton and warriors. 10 armor, 26 leadership. We haven't even fought anything. 26 leadership already. A melee attack of 18, melee defense of 22, a charge bonus of 5. Feels bad, man. Feels really, really, really bad. Stats, hold spacebar. Hold spacebar and that pops all this shit up. So I have it locked so that I always see it. So like, for example, firing arcs, you can see. The firing arcs will now only display if I hold spacebar. But I like having them on at all times because that gives me an idea of what exactly we're looking at. It helps a lot when dealing with like enemy artillery and stuff. Shut up, Ned. I just moved up a very hard campaign and hard battle difficulty. Probably didn't help with him. Well, if you've never played Tomb Kings before, I would definitely consider not playing them on very hard to start off with, especially if you're not comfortable with that kind of difficulty. Like if you're new to very hard, I'd definitely give it a wait. I do not like those pigs. Those pigs are going to be a problem. They're going to be a problem. Or Sphinx will be fine by itself. We're going to use the archers because the Savage Orcs have no armor.
As it should. Break them.
As you can see, we're already losing shit. Now, this is going to be part of the pain for dealing with greenskins, because the initial charge for Savage Orcs is a pain in the ass. But luckily, once you get past the charge bonus, things are going to be okay. I already have Interstopti. That's fast.
Setra the imperishable. My orders enacted.
Nope, I'm going to lose those archers. Units get a charge bonus even when you move them through behind the units don't issue an attack. No, they don't. Uh-oh. Yeah, we do want to be careful about losing the War Sphinx. We do not want to lose the War Sphinx.
Forward. Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Onwards, legions.
Just got to keep an eye on the War Sphinx. Like this, he's just gonna die and crumble out and die. There's really nothing we can do about it either. Okay, we have to end these battles as quickly as possible. Do not want to crumble out. Oh, that's nice. You stop crumbling now if you win the battle. That's cool. Never noticed that before. I finished my first campaign on Mortal Empires as Malekith on hard. It was really fun, but it felt a little too easy. What's a good faction for moving up to very hard? What did you like about Malekith? What did you find to be too easy about Malekith? Earlier, asking if I had Mortal Empires. So are you recommending that over Vortex for beginners? No. No, don't mistake that. I'm asking if you have Mortal Empires because you said that you liked bows. Because you like bows, if you have Mortal Empires, then Wood Elves are not a bad option. Hi, Travis. Yeah, I know. I was trying to figure out if I was going to be able to make the leak thing or not, but I'm not sure I'm going to be able to make it. The question here is whether or not I want to actually keep Gorgazon or not. I suppose we can just occupy it, I guess. If it falls again, then it's whatever. Okay, we are going to want that leadership effect because crumbling is a bitch. And we want our shit back. Yeah, I know, right, Rubio?
Tremble, mortal.
I don't mind killing zombies and shit because they are, weirdly enough, easy enough. Okay, so you found his economy to be super easy. Well, so it's his economy that you really liked, and then Malekith himself, which it's hard to beat Malekith, honestly. Try Skaven. You want to try it hard enough. General idea behind occupying Gorgazon if it's going to take forever to secure the province anyway. Well, because one, for replenishment, and two, for stacking, it's not really going to get us anything either. At least we're keeping it away from them for a little bit. The whole point is prevent them from fielding more armies. Because, honestly, if we don't take that territory away from them, they're just going to keep fielding armies. Yeah, I think Skaven, if you're looking for an actual test, I think Skaven's probably a good choice. Skaven is a very, very different campaign. Not a bad one, per se, but a very, very different one. Gorgazon is not some place that I necessarily care about keeping. But we are going to take it. I wondered if this was going to happen. Okay. So at least we're going to deal with the corruption now. Honestly, I don't know if I can answer the other question of what you did like with the High Elves, because I liked High Elves, but then you moved on to Lisbon. Maybe I'll try the other Lisbon over Mazdamundi. Yeah, I would definitely give Krakgar a shot. If you did at least like some of the approach of Lizardmen, try Krakgar instead. Krakgar is going to be a lot more difficult and not nearly as straightforward as Mazdamundi necessarily will be. But he has basically one army that is going to be a wrecking ball for everything. The problem with that is he's got to be in a lot of places at the same time. If I might offer you a small suggestion, whether you're playing on Vortex or on Mortal Empires, it doesn't matter. However, either way, there's going to be a settlement called the Golden Tower. It believe that it starts in Lizardman hands both ways, both on Vortex and Mortal Empires. Golden Tower is basically Kroq-Gar's beginning economy. And you will never be able to confederate with the Lizardmen that control Golden Tower one way or another. The reason being is that the AI is always going to have more money than you, and they're always going to have stronger armies than you. So it doesn't matter if your relations with them are 100, 200, 300, whatever. They are never going to want to confederate with you, at least not quickly, right? And that's the big thing. Remember what I've said about in the High Elf campaign about momentum. You want to try to maintain momentum at all times, if possible. So because of that, if you do not take this away from whatever Lizardman or whatever faction controls this, you're going to be in for a very bad time. So, for example, if you are starting Immortal Empires, and this is just if you are, not telling you to do it on Vortex. Either way, it's on both settlements, or on both maps, so it's important. If you are doing this on Mortal Empire, you start with a non-aggression pack with that Lizardman faction. The game starts at turn 1, and it considers you to have started that agreement with them on turn 1. So if you wait 10 turns, so turn 11, you break any and all pacts that you had with them. Okay? And by the time that you're actually in position to go take the Golden Tower, it should be about turn 20-ish or so. On Mortal Empires, you can instantly declare war on them and try to take Golden Tower away from them. The Golden Tower, either way, is crucial to Kroq-Gar's economy. Absolutely essential to his economy. And so whoever has it, they got to die. By the way, we're going to tear that down and take that money. He is going to go fight Khemri, which I don't trust to do. I'm going to play Vortex first, but I'll keep it in mind. I mean, like I said, the settlement is on Vortex as well. It's just not as crucial to betray the Lizardmen on Vortex as it is on Mortal Empires. On Mortal Empire, or on Vortex, there's a chance that Lizardman faction who control Golden Tower will die anyway. And so it's like, whatever, if that happens. Oh yeah, you do make more money on Vortex with the Golden Tower than you do on Mortal Empires. But either way, it is incredibly crucial. Thank you for the follow. Thank you guys for the follows in general. Thank you, Travis, for the 100 biddies again, man. I really appreciate that. Sometimes Beastmen will raise it too. Really? I didn't know that. We're gonna go ahead and pick up that gold mine now. I think we're gonna need to go ahead and get the growth. That's what we need. What would be his movement range? I bet we can still sneak in here. Looking for the new expansion? Hell yeah, I am. Hell yeah. I plan on playing either Tiniwan or whoever the lizard for ELC is. Shut up, Rubio. Major Kappa there. Let's not do that just yet. I'm gonna move over. We can actually condense a lot of this and re-recruit. That's one thing that you can always pay attention to. Anytime you have bad losses like that, just condense them down and re-recruit. Because it's a lot easier than just actually like re-recruiting them. I don't think he'll start Rome 2. I don't think he'll start Rome 2. But it wouldn't surprise me if he did in the Gorse campaign just for the memes. Plutonian content, yeah. I'm looking forward to it. I talked about it at the beginning of the stream. I really hope, I had wished that they would have talked about the free LC Lord already. Mostly because I hate waiting for this shit. It just feels weird to me because they're basically going to spend tomorrow, basically the whole time, talking about like the free LC Lord and then the quest for Croak. But they're still not going to be able to really talk about the Bretonian update. I guess we're going to Bretonian update, I guess maybe Thursday. Because my guess is... I'm hoping. I have not heard anything yet. But I'm hoping that this weekend they'll do early. I hope. I don't actually know. But we'll see. I haven't heard anything official yet from them. Thought I might get a free Dorska Lord? What? Yeah, I'm a little confused about that as well. What made you think that? The NDA break on Monday? It's not. It's I'll explain it to you off stream, Rubio. Ask me about it later.
Challenge me.
I'm tempted to fight this purely on the sake that I know we can win. Because we've got Tomb Guard, we got a lot of archers, and we got Tomb Scorpions and stuff. Problem is we're getting rebellions, and that's the problem. Oh, Logan. You with 100 biddies, dude. I appreciate that. We're going to rush to Fire's Protection and Exorcism. Normally I'd go ahead and get replenished troops, but we need that magic pronto. Yeah, I know, right, Rubio? No, I don't think we're going to get another Norskin Lord for a while. I do think that it's possible that we'll get like one big DLC later on that kind of like tries to fit together a bunch of different lords and a bunch of different factions and stuff like that. But I just don't see us getting anything like that for a while. Probably not till Warhammer 3 for sure. But I do think the chances of us getting like a big fatty DLC is very possible. Of it just being somewhere long term, like when we're at we're talking 3+ years from now. Okay, that's how long we're talking. We're talking like 3.5 years from now, as they're getting ready to send off Warhammer 3, like be done with it and not update it anymore. As like one of the last things they do for it is just a big fatty. And here's the shit we wanted to give you guys. You know, so we no longer have to worry about like, because at that point we won't have to worry about, is it Warhammer 3's content? Is it Warhammer 2's content? Is it Warhammer 1? Whatever. It's be like, okay, here's the completed, not Mortal Empires campaign. Look how long they've released DLC for Rome 2 though. That's true, but you have to remember that the Rome 2 DLC was a little bit different because the Rome 2 DLC was not actually completed in-house at CA at Horsham, or whatever the fuck the name of the city is that CA is located in. That DLC was actually done by a smaller studio that was located, I want to say it's like Romania or something like that, or something like that. But they inherited it from Sega, Bulgaria. That's what it was. They inherited it from Sega because Sega was like, well, here's this other studio that we own, but we just picked it up and we don't really have anything that they could do with it. And so here you go. And CA's like, well, I mean, we can't really give them the shit that we're working on in-house at headquarters, right? Because there's going to be a language barrier. B, there's going to be sending a shit ton of information between the two. And they're also talking about beta builds and all kinds of like, you know, tech bullshit. So they're not going to give them the current Warhammer 2 stuff. So they know people still play Rome 2. Why not just give it to them? It's content that they don't really have to worry about making, right? You know, if the Rome 2 shit sells, it sells. Great, we made money. if it doesn't sell, like, it's not new content. It's not research, it's not, Warhammer 3. We're not going to trust an outside studio to do that. So the Rome 2 DLC was more or less just like, well, we got this free shit. Might as well do something with it. Oh God, Rubio, don't even say that, man. Don't even say that, man. That'd been a fucking nightmare.
Fire on them.
This is the problem. We're gonna have to fight both of them together, I think.
I refuse. Bow before your king. Attend me. Undead.
I'm gonna go ahead and put him in the city to stop the public order problem. It would definitely have been a problem. Is it even reasonable to fight into 30 stacks of Savage Orcs with an army? No. That's why we're going to bait them here. We're going to bait them, or we're going to try to convince them to fight us elsewhere. With Khemri, we could do this. We could do this just fine. Because with Khemri's garrison, we do get tomb scorpions and a shit ton of tomb guard. With that comp, we could win this battle. But Satra's early game army, no, not at all. Not at all. Which is the big problem with dealing with Top Knots. And furthermore, if we were to take their territory away from them, they still turn into horde factions. So that's why Top Knots is kind of a big fuck you to Tomb Kings in general, Cetra particularly. But we are trying to prevent that rebellion for now. I'm hoping that they get close enough to Khemri. I would fight that fight if they get close enough to Khemri. If that other army marches to support MASH, like MASH goes ahead and encircles us again, and then that other army goes to, it still stays in march stance, then that's definitely our cue to go ahead and fight them. Yeah, Top Knots are a pain, but you have to remember that that's kind of the design behind Tomb Kings. Their very style is meant to be explosive if given the opportunity to be explosive. And if CA doesn't put natural roadblocks into keeping them from being explosive, then Tomb Kings would just rage out of control in player hands and in AI hands. So it's important to have these small little roadblocks. Be careful about what fights that we're taking early game, because once we get to the big guns, there's not a whole lot we worry about, because basically replenishment is not really a big issue. Are you supposed to tech up and just wait till you can swamp with tech? No. It's usually numbers. We are getting another lord very shortly here, and with that additional lord, we can do some stuff. We'll basically have one entire army of just disposable shit. Oftentimes, when developers make a game, they end up with a ton of extra half-done or non-implemented content. The Rome 2 DLC feels like they had a bunch of stuff they planned and worked on, but never got to, or got cut and made a DLC for it, which is fine. Yeah, I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing. Try Katep. Oh God, no, please. Alright, so here we're going to try to debate them. Because they can see Cetra right now. There is a chance that we can bait them back here. We don't necessarily want him to walk into this ambush, but we do want them to start walking this way. So if he comes into it, if he does get ambushed by Cetra, great. So long as he's in march stance, he'll be fine. We do still want to keep a very close eye on this. We do not want to rebel. There's a lot of passing the term early with Tomb Kings, because there's not really a whole lot to do. You're pretty limited on your income and limited by your armies, and of course limited by public order too. So Tomb Kings are a lot of do a couple things, then pass the turn, then do a couple of things, then pass the turn. They're not really so much about massive undertakings. Queek, Tretch, or Skrulk, that's kind of up to you. If you've never played Skaven before, I'd consider Skrulk, since I think that Skrulk is kind of their traditional Skaven approach. But Queek is not a bad suggestion either. It's just that Queek takes a little bit more understanding to get used to, because his advantages, his bonuses, are not quite as natural as Skrulk is for Skaven. Skrulk specializes in Plague Claws and Magic, which is basically what Skaven specialize in. Not that you're not going to get Plague Claws. Where are you going, buddy? Where are you going? Not that you won't get Plague Claws as Skrull or as Queek, you just won't specialize in them. You have any suggestions for starting a campaign with Morathi? Morathi needs to babysit Quintex as much as possible and swiftly defeat her enemies. If possible, like that starting settlement. She needs to take out Alethanar as quickly as possible. Basically, an early invasion into Ulthuan as fast as you can, once you're stabilized where you're at, would be a good idea. It used to be a little bit easier back in earlier in Warhammer 2, when the gates used to still have recruitment buildings in them. You could take a gate and still recruit out of them. And so you could just basically use that as a base of operations for your Dark Elves and just have, Blackguard on backup then. Why not Ikit Claw? We don't know what Ikit Claw is going to look like. So I can't really suggest a guy that we don't know what he looks like. I think that Ikit Claw potentially is going to be amazing. But, we don't actually know what Ikit Claw is going to look like at all yet. So I think it's better just to wait. Any suggestion for making the DLC arrive sooner? Yeah, I mean, a coma's not a bad idea. Alright, let's see if they decide. Actually, you might be able to try to piece them. If you can use a Black Arc that doesn't get sank immediately, that's not a bad idea too, is using the Black Arc to kind of follow you around a little bit. And try to increase your slaves and stuff like that. Oh man, when I played Morathi, just how many times Mazdamundi declared war on me and tried to beat the shit out of me was just so fucking frustrating. So fucking frustrating. I'll be right back.
What of the heat?
Next time I talk with CA, can you ask about Thankful? Do you really think that they'll tell me anything? They won't fucking tell us, the DLC Lord, or the free LC Lord. They kept the Prophet and the Warlock under wraps until they told everyone. They don't tell content creators shit, man. They're terrified of leaks. They're terrified of leaks. So, I'll go ahead and ask them. I'll get a whole lot of fuck you, though. Because they're not telling anybody. They are not telling anybody anything. Yeah, I don't know about forcing them to say anything, because there's something that just makes me feel like, maybe they're not gonna say anything. Maybe they're not gonna say anything. All right, first upgrade. So this technology can generally just wait. We do get Lich Priests and Necrotechs if we want them, which is kind of nice. We might end up needing to go for them, but I think we can go ahead and switch off and go find something else. Nekarans are okay, but they're not really that great of tech. The one would be good for is like Tomb. There you go, Tomb Guard. Because inevitably, when we do get Tomb Guard, they're going to be really nice.
Cetra the imperishable.
Gorgazon Revolt, I'm okay with it. We're okay with it because we don't have to worry about it.
Move, I say.
It's still possible that, because he's at war with Top Knots, I'm sorry, with Bloody Hands, it's possible that we might be able to avert him. If Bloody Hands deal with the armies, we can sweep out the rest and take Albaraz. That's kind of hard to say. Because of that, we're going to wait on Gorgazon. And the same thing with Zandri. We're going to wait. Oh God, of course, I'm building a garrison. We're going to wait on these things. We are going to eventually declare war on Rakif. But that's the thing about Tomb Kings, is we're going to have to be pretty fucking patient. Yeah, as for the Free LC Lord, the only thing we know is that it is a Lizardman, because Grace has already said it's going to be a Lizardman, and that they're going to show it off on stream tomorrow as part of the campaign. Which, by the way, I'd like to go ahead and throw out that if tomorrow's thing is called Quest for Croak, there's a part of me that feels like Croak is going to be locked behind having Itza, right? It makes sense, right? In theory, that's where Croak is. He's got the golden death mask as the map for Itza, or for the flag for Itza. It is a 10-slot Lizardman capital. I feel like Itza's going to be part of the quest for Croak. So if they are going to show off the Free LC Lord, there's a part of me that thinks that it can't be Nakai in Albion, as everybody fucking says. Because Nakai getting to fucking Lustria to get Croak sounds like a fucking nightmare. That is, of course, if indeed any of those things turn out to be true. Of course, I could be just talking out of my ass. But I think it's possible. I think it's possible. But I really don't think Nakai and Albion's going to be the thing. I really don't think so. Is he within... He's not. Interesting. I feel like that's the case, Rubio, but I don't think he'll start at Itza. Whoever the Legendary Lord is, whoever the Free LC Lord is, I don't think they'll start at Itza. I think whoever the Free LC Lord is, I think they'll start as these Lizardmen down here. And they'll replace the Sentinels of ZD, or whatever the fuck their stupid name is. Yeah, that's their name. I think that's who they're going to be. Oh, okay. No, I understand. This is okay. I'm alright with that. Hello. Another Lizardman starting in the corner. It's a little bit different. This Lizardman is starting in the corner of Lustria. Nakai did defend Itza and also defeated Luther Harkon. Nakai also didn't have a model, and he also had no tabletop stats. So... For me, I think honestly it's going to be Gorok for me personally, simply because Gorok is easy to implement in the game without being like game breaking. I think Nakai is definitely going to be a boring, or sorry, not Nakai. I think Gorok's definitely going to be a boring Kroq-Gar if he is implemented into the game. But I think that he's super easy to put into the game, and therefore is why I think it's likely to see him. Oh yeah. Oh baby. There's still a March stance though. That's the important thing. They could just make a new original lore like Celostra and everyone flips out. That would be sweet. The difference here, though, is that they made Celostra because there really wasn't any kind of lore they could do for Vampire Coast. Besides, like, say, the Golden Magus, who also didn't really fit the lore any more than Arnessa really does. So they created Celostra because they really didn't have any other option. I don't think they'll create a Lizardman Lord because there is a lot of lore of Lizardman named characters. Golden Magus isn't in even the VC though. Well, yeah, but neither is Celostra either. She's just a pirate. No, we didn't. If that was the case, Rosa, then fucking everybody missed it because nobody talked about it. So I don't think that we're going to get an original Lizardman Lord or anything like that. There's also To Echo, yes. There is To Echo. So more or less we're down to, in terms of like tabletop models that we have. Because in my mind, like, making Nakai be a thing requires them to also give him a model that he's never had before. And give him combat rules and all that good shit as well. Which doesn't really make a lot of sense because you have another of other lizard characters who already have shit developed for them. So there's really no reason to make a brand new lizard lord because that shit's already, you know, he's already there, you know? Like, nobody heard about Tretch, but Tretch did have lore. He did have a tabletop character. He did have items. Even though nobody knew about him, nobody gave a shit about him. Tretch doesn't really fit that narrative. You know, same thing for Gorst. Like, Gorst also has lore. He also has a model. It's just nobody knows about him in comparison to other ones. So I don't think that so I think that whatever the Lord is somebody that we definitely know from lore in some capacity. But I think that I think personally the highest likeliness is Gorok because he's the easiest one to implement because he's just basically a temple guard with a big ass shield. And he's going to be basically like, kind of like a Belagar. He's just going to be extremely tanky and extremely hard to kill. You know, he's going to be different. He's going to be distinguished enough away from, say, Kroq-Gar. Because once Kroq-Gar is a very killy lord, but he's not a very tanky lord. He's got a really high health pool, but he's got a really low melee defense. His only real saving grace is the fact that he gets a shit ton of ward save. But that's like the only thing that actually like keeps him alive. Realistically, he dies kind of easily if pressured by the right sources, which is unfortunate because I fucking love him. Whereas I think that you could make Gorok be like an on-foot lizardman who's just tanky as fuck, and doesn't have to worry about ever being mounted and stuff like that. I think you're thinking of, I think his name is Chotax or something like that. I think that's who you're talking about, Rubio. Kohawk or something like that, or yeah, that's it. He's an option. He's an option because the Starguard are in the are an ROR.
Cetra the imperishable.
So like that's possible.
Bring my chariot. Kill them.
Hopefully he shoots this correctly. Not too bad.
Bring me the bones.
Hope it's not a Saurus. You know, I understand that, Toby. I really do. But I just don't see it being any other solution. I realize that sounds stupid and shitty, but I just don't see it being the only other viable option. I think in terms of a not Saurus is the Chameleon. He's the only other one that I'd be like, okay, maybe.
Sacrifice them.
Well, the Kroxigor would be Nakai, but as I had previously mentioned, Nakai has literally nothing. Oh, hi, Lemur Lord. How's Japan, dude? Like I said, Nakai literally has nothing going for him. Other than just people talking about him. But he has no model. He has lore, but that's about it. He has no items already. He's got, like, no established real rivalries. It's just like, yeah, he was a badass. He killed people. I mean, you're right about Vampirates not having a model either. But like I said, it doesn't necessarily... Vampirates don't have a model, but they also don't really have a faction either. Whereas there are plenty of other Tomb King lords, or plenty of other Lisbon lords who do have models, who do have lore, who do have items, who have all kinds of shit that they wouldn't have to make up. So it's a little different. Froth one finger would be a sick lord for the ogres. I mean, I think honestly we'll get when we do get ogres, it'll be Grease's Gold Tooth and shit, the butcher. Maneater, something like that. My point is that it's in the world for them to make something that has no model. You're right. And again, I have accepted that. I've said that I agree with you. However, I don't see there being a reason to create a model when there's already other models in existence. That's all I'm saying. They might make Nakai. He's within an option. Roth was the first butcher. Is he the one who... Is he the one who has the knives or whatever embedded into his hand? Because that's the one I'm talking about. I think we're actually going to endless march this. Okay. Well, whoever that guy is, I think that he'll be the second lord. Whoops, route marcher. I don't see why ogres wouldn't be categorized as large. Take 5's protection first.
Defend your king, slaves. Citra does not serve. They shall perish.
This might be a problem. 3 pigs, huh?
Defeat is impossible.
This is gonna be pretty bloody. We're gonna lose quite a bit.
Glory for Henry.
Yeah, I think there's gonna be small portions of the ogre roster. I don't think it's gonna be all large, but I do think there's gonna be, you know, the large part of them is gonna be large. They're probably gonna be a little bit like Lizardmen, where like they're gonna have a lot of cheap, shitty units to start off with, but then like their tier 2, tier 3s are gonna be like the good shit. This is... We're going to lose most of our front line. We're going to need to keep this... Keep this all tight.
Citra the imperishable.
Hey, Tumby. No, this is a garrison. This is a 20 stack. I wouldn't fight this. Not like this, no. This is just going to be a bloody... Just a bloody battle. Good night, Rubio. Remind me to answer that question of yours, okay? Tomb King's best faction? Nobody said that. Wait, Rosabine, you never played? Never played Tomb King? Or never played Empire Coast? All right then. Throw a party? No. Excited? Sure, but party? Come on.
Citra the imperishable. Obey. Move. Sacrifice them.
Tiniwan. Little lizard, sure. Call him 10 and 1. That's like literally what his name is. His name's a joke, by the way. Give you an example. Gorok has a giant ass fucking shield. Gorok has a massive fucking shield, okay? On tabletop, that shield meant that he was always defending. It always counted as defending terrain if he was charged. Okay, if ever he was charged, it was counted. Anyone charging him lost all charge bonuses and any other effects they would get from charging because he was counted as defending an obstacle. What's a giant ass obstacle that you can't charge around? A rock. Gore. Blood. Blood rock. There's also to Echo, which is also like tic-tac-toe, which is tic-tac-toe. You have Tiniwan, who is 10 and 1. Gorok, of course, you've got Lord Croak. I don't really need to explain him. So we get charge defense gets all. I mean, yeah, that's what I was saying. If we do get Gorok, he's going to be an insanely tanky version. He's going to be an insanely tanky lizard. He's going to have really fucking high armor. He's going to have really high charge defense. Silver shield for sure. Shit like that.
This is Zethras, King of Kings.
Oh. Oh, I see.
Zethra does not serve.
We're going to take those really quick, and then we're going to destroy them. Will he get a dino? I don't think he will. No.
Mighty am I. Nekara rises from the sands.
We're going to keep this for just another turn. We're going to tear that down too.
Attend me.
Anyways, though, those are just my ideas. I don't actually know. I wish I knew. I really do. But I think Gorok's going to be the easiest one to implement. You know when early access will start? Nope, I do not. I don't even officially know that I'll be receiving a key. Officially. I'm pretty fucking sure I'm going to get an early access key. But I don't officially know until I actually get the key. And then I'll be like, yeah, I've got it. Woo! But again, I don't like telling you guys anything that I'm not 100% confident of. Good night, Toby. So because of that, I don't know. But we should find out. Like, no, I think even less than 10 hours actually. Because here's the thing. They'll probably talk about the DLC, like having an announcement page and stuff like that, and then they'll play the stream. It's 3 p.m. British Standard Time is when they're actually going to have the stream. Really, you never actually played Skaven?
My dynasty reigns supreme.
All right, show me what we got.
Your king demands.
Okay, so we're not really worried about this.
Kill them.
Really, Lemur Lord? Jesus Christ, dude. Come on, man.
Before your king.
Come on, man. I'm gonna take another archer. Yeah.
Citra does not serve.
Yeah, I'm okay. Never mind. We're just gonna take this. Ugh. God, fuck. Should have done that the other way, because now I actually kind of do. 400 hours if Morathi does weird things to you. You don't fucking say. You don't say. Weirdo.
You come before a king, one that has reigned for. Stop this. To the great creator himself sends omens that we should
We're gonna have to
speak.
kill him.
Bow before your king.
Might as well just go ahead and make sure that this shit is suited since we're gonna sit here anyway.
Not serve.
Might as well.
Citra rules. Citra the imperishable.
I'm pretty excited to try out Skaven Blight. I think Skaven Blight's gonna be a really cool start. I'm curious to try out Doomflayers because I'm wondering if they're actually going to be like a sort of cap for Skaven, if they're going to be viable or not. And yeah, challenging Bretonnia could also be pretty interesting. I think Vampire Coast is cool, but a bit too OP. Rosapine, how many hours of High Elves have you played? 1,200 or so? 1,600 hours, and you're gonna tell me the Vampire Pirates are gonna be fucking too OP?
Oh, yeah.
There's definitely a little bit of power creep. Don't get me wrong. I definitely think there's a little bit of power creep going on there, but come on, you can't tell me that you think that they're OP. Oh, I guess we're gonna pop Living Servants because that's a pain in the ass. I wonder if we'll get a Savage Orc Rebellion actually. Yeah, we should be able to do that. Tomb Kings didn't get too much for a power creep. I don't know if I necessarily agree with that.
Move, I say.
What a March. We shouldn't be within.
My name.
Don't think we're within reinforcement range of him. If so, we are in trouble if that's the case. Do not want to fight that in March stance. But I think we're going to be okay. I don't know. You guys have to remember, though, is that we haven't had a patch since a real patch since Vampire Coast came out in the first place. And so it's very possible that they will get nerfed. We just haven't actually had a chance to nerf them. Who's going to be nerfed? They're just talking about how OP Vampire Coast is. And I was saying that we really haven't had a patch yet for Vampire Coast. So I do think Vampire Coast is probably going to get nerfed this patch. Because they're pretty fucking good. There's no denying they're pretty fucking good. But I don't think that they're that OP. Let's go infrastructure. What makes them OP? Their encampment stance is really fucking good. The fact that they can always encamp, they have really good movement range. They've got tier 2 mortars. Didn't their air get nerfed? What air? I mean, their Terrorgeist probably got nerfed, but that's still not that major. Still isn't that substantial.
Defeat is impossible.
Oh, they're deck gunners? No, it's still not that powerful.
King of battle.
I think the mortar is very good against high elves and things with no armor. But I mean, the Empire is the same way, though. Well, to be fair, gunnery mob hand cannons and bombers are terrible. So I'm kind of with you, Gnarl, but I don't think they figured out how they would have done that. I think that they had the plan. They wanted to do that for like a sea shipping lane or some shit, but they didn't really know how to do that. They're big flying units. The flyers to the handguns are not bad. The flyers to the handguns are good. Otherwise, yeah, but Terrorgeist is solid. I mean, actually, I think the Vampire Coast one is actually more solid than the Vampire Counts one. Vampire Counts one, I think, got nerfed simply because, and is in the role that it currently is simply because they don't have any other option for it. They don't know what else to do about it. But they know that Vampire Counts have a ton of, like, air cycle charging bullshit, and they're worried about how good that is, so... The Vampire Count Terrorgeist getting in there as bad as it is kind of painful, actually. Oh, flying units are definitely good. The right flying units. We're gonna cheese this, by the way. If you hadn't noticed. Gonna take us a minute, though. How should flyers be used then? What faction are you talking about? Are you just talking about in general? Because flyers are typically best used as flying harass. It just depends on what flyer you're talking about. Like, dragons are always tanky enough to handle their own. Pterodons are not particularly strong. I'm hoping that Ripperdactyls are really strong. Vargeist, in my opinion, is one of the best units in the entire game. So it's all kind of a matter of perspective as to which flyer you're talking about specifically. Usually it's for flying harassment and it's their extreme mobility. Their extreme mobility means that they can make it that they can do pretty much whatever they want for murdering like archers and shit. Cheese? Yeah, kind of. Yeah, but any kind of those nerfs are really going to change that much. They only have 22 melee defense. The concern I have isn't so much the low melee defense. The thing that makes Vargeist so good is the fact that they can be healed. And the Ripperdactyls aren't going to be able to be healed. But Ripperdactyls won't need very high melee defense if the strat is going to be just to charge as fast as you fucking can into things, shatter it, and then, you know, keep cycle charging. They're definitely going to be a harass or hit really quick kind of unit. They're not going to be something that's meant to be in prolonged combat. Vargeist can get away with being in prolonged combat because they can heal. They hit really hard. They've got decent melee defense. And they could be healed. So Vargeist are a little bit different. Whereas Ripperdactyls, I think, are going to be geared more towards just hitting as hard as they fucking can and then bailing. You don't want to keep them in combat. And by the way, Vargeist can only really stay in combat for prolonged periods of time at higher experience. They really do not handle being in combat very well at, like, you know, rank 3, rank 4, rank 5. The Dark Elves Dragon seems pretty self-sufficient, but their Griffin doesn't do it. Are you talking about Manticores? Because, yeah, Manticores aren't good. And the Norse's Dragon, you're talking about the Frostworm? Frostworm's the same problem. Full-fledged dragons are decent, but like Manticores and the Frostworms, no, they're not very good. When you say Griffin, I keep thinking you're talking about Empire, because the only person who actually gets an actual Griffin is Karl Franz. Those Carrion weren't completely sucked. You mean, yeah, Carrion are pretty garbage. Haven't used High Elf Dragons yet? Don't worry, you'll enjoy them. You'll enjoy them. Yeah, Manticore is pretty garbage. You're talking about the curse of whatever, I think. The beast spell that summons the Manticore. Because yeah, that's okay. But actual Manticores are more or less just there for, like, when you need dragons, but you can't actually recruit dragons. Yeah, the transformation of Caden, that's what it was. Also gives a cheap siege decker. Okay, yeah, I can see that. I can see that. I am curious to see how Primal Instinct's rework is going to get changed. It's possible that now we're actually going to be able to use horned ones. Frost Phoenix is pretty good. The problem with the Frost Phoenix is, why are you using Frost Phoenix when you could just get dragons at the same tier? Give a monstrosity thing? Yeah, I mean, not every monstrous unit is necessarily going to be a very good unit. It's an unfortunate thing, but it's true. Yeah, but they don't fit. But it doesn't fit niche very well. Oh yeah, Dread Knights too. Ooh, yeah, that might actually be really good. Yeah, I mean, Dread Knights might actually be pretty cool. Take Frost Phoenix sometimes when I stack physical resist in the army. Yeah, but you could do that if you're like really smart about things, I guess. But you could also just breathe on the enemy and fucking throw a goddamn dragon into combat. Also a suggestion. Yeah, there is the physical resist, but you gotta remember that that Phoenix is like 600 gold upkeep or something like that. 500 gold upkeep? It's right around that of a dragon. So unless you're using it for a very particular reason, like dragons are just fire and forget options. That's what I'm saying, like, why use one when there's a pretty obvious other answer? That's my thought on the matter, at least. To deny cav charges? Where are you using cav charges at, or where are you denying cav charges? Because I mean, you're gonna have a lot of anti-large in the form of spears and like Author and Seaguard and shit. What cav charges are you worried about denying? What's the goal in this battle? To kill all the archers? This is a little cheese shit we like to do every once in a while. Helps us win early battles a little bit better. Hi, Demir. Helps us win early battles without as many casualties. Hydras I find need to charge and not stay in the fight. The melee defense for them is too long. The thing with that Assyrian is that they've got really high health and really good regeneration. And so because of that, you can leave them in combat because they can handle that shit as long as it's not sharp damage. How do you feel about a sub-only bathtub stream? Well, if I wanted to get banned, that sounds fantastic. Since I don't feel like getting banned, nor are my tits large enough, I feel like that's not a very good idea. What's Hydra counter? Hydra counter is shooting it to death and anti-large. Yeah, Hydras are good for flankers. They're good tanks. Good tanks and good flame breath tankers. Or sorry, good flame breath flankers. Say that 10 times fast. But not large units? Nah. I mean, the Hydra doesn't, like, you could use a Carnosaur against a Hydra, and it would do just fine. Like, you wouldn't want to charge a Hydra into a Carno. That would be dumb. But typically speaking, no matter what faction you are, you could just end up using a lot. I mean, shit like this would be enough to kill a Hydra. Just being able to shoot 5 units into it Like, that would be enough. Because you got to remember that Hydra doesn't have much armor, and they have a very large hitbox. Have your clothes on if you like. How do you have a clothes on in a bathtub? I just, like, sit in a tub without water? How does that even work? Yeah, exactly. See, you gotta get soapy if you're gonna go down that route. Not as many kills as I was hoping for here. That's okay.
Cetra the imperishable.
We're gonna speed this shit up. For the clickbaits. Charged 2 Carnosaurs into a Hydra and they got wrecked. Well, were they surrounded by Blackguard of Nagron? Because, like a Carnosaur one-on-one against a Hydra will win. But if those Carnosaur were surrounded instead by Blackguard and getting chopped up that way, like that's the thing you got to worry about. I'm talking one-on-one battle. One-on-one, the Carnosaurs will beat a Hydra, no question. But if those Carnos were getting chopped up by other shit, then yeah, you're gonna lose. I don't remember any Blackguard. You don't remember any Spearmen or anything either? All shit you gotta watch out for. Two dragons, but I mean the Carnos should still be able to handle the dragons as well. Gotta get in here fast. We might be able to cap this. Oops, not yet. One time. Are you enjoying 2K, TK? Not really. I don't really enjoy Tomb Kings very much. I mean, you want me to lie? Their race is Vampire Counts, followed closely by Lizardmen. Nobody's playing Exiles in the Hag. Assyrian, you're gonna play him no matter what, so why would you blame me for it? I had literally nothing to do with this. Literally nothing to do with this. Literally nothing. Right, he doesn't need pants to play Tomb Kings. The only thing that wrecked my Carnosaur was the Necrosphinx. Even then, though, like, I mean, it's definitely going to be scary, but Necrosphinx combat animations are generally kind of poor. So, like, even though probably wrecked you a little bit, on the right day, you can still beat a Necrosphinx simply because their animations are so fucking garbage. Like, Necrosphinxes do such a poor job of what they should be good at, which is anti-large, being an anti-large monster. But they do such a poor job of that for some weird fucking reason. And it's mostly because they've got these big, splashy animations. Kind of like if you watch the War Sphinx, how he's got, like this. You see how he's been leaping around? Against infantry, that works out pretty well. But the Necrosphinx has very similar combat animations. And And that's actually really bad for it because it means that it sometimes misses its swings. And if it misses its swings, therefore, suddenly is not very good. Yeah, it is. Congrats, but what you gonna do, you know? Like for War Sphinx prancing around is perfectly okay, but for anti-large, you need that shit to work out a little bit better. You need to play out a little bit too. And that's the main issue. Because even here, he's supposed to be fighting that Lord, but he still somehow ends up fighting this other shit and not against the Lord. And that, of course, is a problem. Cats never do what you tell them. Well, I guess that's one way of looking at it, yeah. You need to be careful about this priest. We need to get him out of there. Scorpion's even worse. No, Scorpion's animations are actually pretty okay. Scorpions are anti-infantry though, so them doing those splash animations against infantry works out pretty well. The Necrosphinx is supposed to be anti-large, and those splash animations don't really work out very well. There's a big difference between the two. Lich Priest has minus armor, which was really effective here. But it lit up, and so I did it. And there's the match. Thank you, Lehman Lord, for gifting yourself to Rosefine. Rosefine, welcome back. I think you're on like a 10-month streak or something like that because of him. What do you got? Yeah, you were stuck for 8 straight months because of him. Yeah, you are. Thanks, Lemur Lord. Enjoy Japan, by the way. Alright, so we got some decent territory here. No, the hero has the anti-armor one. He's got the anti-armor. So here, because we cheesed it, we were able to get some nice juicy kills on the archers. And pretty minimal losses. I mean, the only thing we really got to worry about is just the Sphinx and Cetra. But all in all, we're pretty good shape here. Pretty good shape. We're gonna go ahead.
Expands. Bow before your king.
Oh, this is not good. I forgot to tear down these. That's not good. We can go ahead and tax the province now. Do have the public order though.
Imperishable.
I think we're actually gonna wait to go ahead and upgrade Gorgazon to tier 3. I think we're gonna, or not Gorgazon, Galbaraz. Wait till it's tier 3. I think that's what we're gonna wait to. And then I'm gonna wait for him to fight, and then we should have enough of an army left over that we can chase him down. I hope. We're gonna let him keep sieging Khemri because we're not really worried about that right now. Good news is that puts him at 0, right? Yeah, he's just a horde faction. Should be just that army now. So now we've technically got this territory under wraps. God, greenskins are already strength 6.
What you want?
Jesus Christ. Ruler's prejudice to Khemri, huh? That's odd. Ooh, mortuary cold. Oh, gotcha. All right. So that seems good. And then from there, we're going to start sweeping across here. Start fighting other shitty Tomb Kings. Like, so. See you, Lemur Lord. It was good seeing you, man. Enjoy Japan, man. Shit doesn't happen often. I'm going to get some water, actually. I'm going to be right back. All right. Good night. Congrats. All right. So we have rebellion. Thank God it's a greenskin rebellion. Thank God. Okay, so we can deal with that. Yeah, we can deal with that just fine. At this particular stage in things, we might be able to go ahead and upgrade. They are still sieging us here, which is actually kind of good. We aren't going to run out of supplies anytime. We should have like what, 4 more turns. They'll attack us before those 4 turns are up, so I'm okay with that. And then we can get some good experience on Cetra, so I'm okay with all these things. Oh shit, never mind. Don't do that because I want to increase this here first. I think we're gonna go ahead and do Plaza because we've got the public order. Walls isn't a bad idea. Come here. So compare to the location original Warhammer Total War. Is this Lustria in the same area or far away? I mean, the original Total War Lustria didn't exist. That's what Warhammer 2 brought us, was Lustria and shit like that. So in the Vortex map, Lustria, maybe you could basically see the very tip of the Badlands. Like, basically, you'll see what Galbaraz, I think, is still on the map, and this is the very corner of the Badlands that are on the map. This is basically like North Africa, because if you notice, this is Europe, you know, Spain, Italy, Sicily, all that good shit. This is like Russia, North America, Central America, South America, all that good shit. So you can see the very tip of the Badlands. This is Africa. The Southlands are all Africa. But anyways, you can see the very tip of the Badlands. Things are definitely more compact on Mole Empire, but mostly because they had to. Yeah, it is kind of Atlantis, actually. As silly as that sounds, it is kind of, Ulthuan is kind of Atlantis, for lack of a better term. They don't really. There's really no better like way of putting it other than, yeah, it kind of is. High Elves is Athens, Dark Elves are Sparta? No. No, I wouldn't. Nah, there's where you start losing me. According to the writer of the Sundering. What? I don't really see his comparison there. Like, our Dark Elves definitely a little bit more martial than High Elves, and High Elves a little bit more colonisty and, you know, intellectual and stuff. Yeah. But I don't know if I would really, like, agree with that there. I mean, Dark Elves are really fucking depraved. You gotta remember, like, Dark Elves come up with new ways of torture all the time. That's just what they do. Like, everyone's like, oh man, vampire counts are terrible people. Yeah, they are terrible people. But, vampire counts are usually content with the same methods of torture and destruction the same time over and over and over and over again. Whereas, like, Dark Elves always have to figure out new ways to do it because they get so fucking bored otherwise. My mic is too low. I will turn it up just a little bit. Yeah, I'm still not really seeing the comparison with Sparta and Athens though. Like, even if there's that similarity between Spartans and Dark Elves, like, Dark Elves as a methodology are pretty different. You'd be surprised, Vampire Count's not too fond of shaking up their torture, to be honest. Sorry, yeah, Vampire Counts. Vampire Counts are not too interested in shaking things up. Vampire Counts are very, very, if it works, don't break it. Isn't Ulthuan basically Atlantis? I mean, essentially speaking, yes. Because we don't really have a better... I mean, it's also technically like Greenland, but, you know. Actually get 2 battles out of this, which is kind of good. We just can't kill the Lord, which is probably going to be hard. Actually, we may be able to auto-resolve this. Or not. I mean, we might lose the War Sphinx. High Elves are more or less a cross between the Roman Empire, Atlantis, and dragons. Maybe in terms of like flavor, but definitely not in playstyle. Yeah, I'm not sure about the Roman part myself. You saying that Warhammer 2 is just a deformed map of half the world? Kinda? I mean, the Mortal Empires map had to be squished in order to fit everything on there.
Put them to work rebuilding Henry. I have no use for these.
I think the best part here is to harvest the organs for the jars. I don't have many jars. We need more jars. Kind of with Lockjaw, actually. I think you guys are overthinking this a little bit. Yes, the Warhammer map in general is reflective of the actual world map. That's why I said Greenland earlier. For lack of better terminology. I think we just fight this for a 3rd battle, actually. I might kill the Lord. That's okay. Yeah, that's why I didn't, Ned. I don't trust AR. I want to, but I'm gonna lose the War Sphinx if I do, which is just dumb. 2 chariots per army optimal-ish? Not really, no. Chariots are good early game, but they quickly outgrow their usefulness. Well, those people would be very wrong. Whoever said that. Those people are clearly people who have never actually been to the US, so. The location of Nagrund is North America, yes. But based upon, no. How goes the World of Warhammer? I saw my catapult boys are getting new toys. They are indeed, Silver Saint. How you doing, dude? Yeah, Nagrund is shaped like North America, yes. That part is accurate. The Midwest is pretty damn icy. Dude, I live in the Midwest. Ain't that icy. But you beat Sekiro in 5 hours? Or you just finished it up in the last 5 hours? Skaven are Americans? Oh, we found the Euro. From Iowa originally. I live in STL, so I feel you there. Damn, dude. Hopefully you enjoyed Sekiro then. St. Louis. There's a city in the Midwest in America called St. Louis. Hopefully he just dumpsters them really quick and then we can shadow this. We might get a third fight. Oh, never mind. Never mind. Yeah, when the reality is that Skaven are probably the most unique fantasy race we've had in a very long time. Like, as much as I don't actually enjoy Skaven, like the playstyle of Skaven, or actually even like the lore or necessarily the flavor of Skaven, I can appreciate the ingenuity and the genius that came about creating Skaven.
Citra is victorious. Citra has no use for living slaves. Citra does not serve.
What do we want to do here? Yeah, Flight Claws are really cool. I can, like I said, I can enjoy some aspects of them. Now, Skaven are also like 10 times as many people as there are, so it's pretty easy for them to just show up because they are so numerous. Do I have more archer ammunition? We're going to eventually get... Well, we do have Sunscorched Bones already. We don't actually have to worry about that. Yeah, let's go ahead and get bonus for archers.
I rule everything.
Weren't were rats in D&D not that evil? I don't know. Beats me. Oh, hi, Grigorum. Lore is very deep. Klingon, if you want to get into it a little bit more, and you don't mind reading a bunch of shit, I've always found the cheapest way to talk about Warhammer lore is 1d4 chant. Essentially, if you want to learn the lore in like a really cheeky bullshitter way, this is a good place to begin. You just kind of follow the rabbit hole down. Beastmen were unique, even though I don't like their playstyle. Beastmen are kind of unique, but they still have like minotaurs and shit like that, the like half man, half bull thing. But I feel like Skaven are a bit more unique in the way they work. Then Warhammer again? I am indeed. Told you guys I'm always going to come back to it. Like, you know, you need breathers, man. You need time to not play the same game over and over again. Maybe some people can do it, but not me. Hey, Louise. I think Giselles are going to be really fucking good. That's what I was hoping for. That's what I was hoping for. A lot of Savage Boys. I mean, this is a capital. We have a capital garrison combined with a number of chafe units. It is a lot of Savage Orcs, but, you know, Savage Orcs don't have the advantage of being able to charge here. And that's really Savage Orcs' only advantage in this fight, is being able to charge us. Yeah.
Be done.
So since they're not able to charge us, we shouldn't be worried about them at all. That's their big advantage. 5 Tomb Guard is a lot. It is Gimri after all. So those of you who are just joining me tonight, those of you who are not aware what's going on, this is a educational stream. I've spent a night per faction so far, just going down and talking about the advantages of each of the factions, the major things to talk or to enjoy, where to expand, typical comps, things like that. is by no means like a master list of everything, but it's a good place to always start and to get an idea of what's happening. So if you have any questions, if you're new to Warhammer in general, feel free to ask questions. I do try to answer questions as much as possible. I'm just gonna stuff this shit. They're mostly gonna come through here, so we can keep them down. I do think that there's always the chance they're gonna pop through the walls or through the gates, so have some pokey boys on the other side. Actually, everybody will put on guard mode. And then the Tomb Scorpions will catch anybody who gets through. Are constructs like robots or they have feels? No, they're like robots. Also, in theory, we'll be getting early access as well for Prophet of the Warlock. For those of you who are not aware, every time that I get early access to things, we do spend a considerable time the first night talking about the new shit that we're getting. So far, I'm really enjoying your content. Brand new to Warhammer, just got it, learning a lot. Man, thanks, dude. Like I said, feel free to ask questions. Oh yeah, no, this is easy. This is why I let the sieging happening and didn't move Cetra back to support the army. I knew that we were going to be fine. I had already kind of thought we were probably going to be fine anyway without the second army recruiting, but as soon as they went ahead and engaged too, like having the extra 9 units, 10 units, something like that, definitely is going to turn things in our favor. Definitely going to have this without sweating. That's why we have all this shit. Got a lot of pokey boys down here. This is also legendary as well, boys, so some things that are going to happen in your campaigns, if you're not playing on legendary, may be a little bit different. So keep that in mind. But I'm playing on legendary and not on lower difficulties for the purpose of tutorial, to show that if it works at the highest difficulty, it's going to work at the lowest difficulty. That's more or less a transparency reason. Yeah, we were under siege by them before I murdered all their friends. The hope now is that we can beat them so badly that I can follow up with the garrison army and being able to auto-resolve them and win. And that way, we don't have to worry about the top knots like lurking around for like 30 turns and maybe ambushing a settlement or something. That's the hope here. So you'll see from siege defenses, we've positioned archers to be able to shoot where we know that they're going to be dropping guys. This causes them to ball up. If you were playing something like Skaven or something like that, Skaven usually have a ruin caster. What the lore is that Ikit Claw has, and Warp Lightning would be massive right here. It's a pretty cheap spammable spell, and as long as they're stacked up like this in really dense, tight formations, anything that can take advantage of that is going to be amazing against them. They more or less have to push through with their mass in order to get anywhere. Like here, you can see they're basically super easy to murder. Anyways, like I said, when I do get early access to things, the first night we spend a considerable amount of time talking about all the new changes. I will be showing off everything that I can to you guys. Everything that I know that has changed. And get a preview of it here. How do you use Ushabti? I like to use them in the typical monstrous infantry, but since they don't run, I lose them in large groups of melee and they melt away. I'm actually not a big fan of Ushabti. The best way to use them is either as flankers or as embedded into infantry blocks, kind of like Kroxigors. But I just don't ever feel very strongly about Ushabti because, I mean, if you look at it, they have 23 melee attack. They do have a bonus against infantry of 5, and then 18 charge. They're not really kicking it out of the park with their combat stats right off the bat. Now, they do get eventually a bit better. Like, they're not as bad later on, once you get technology bonuses and lord bonuses and stuff like that. But I typically try to avoid using Ushabti anyway because I don't like them. Do your units take friendly fire from archers? Pretty much everything in this game causes friendly fire except melee damage. Melee units don't take friendly fire from each other, like being splashed around and knocked back, but virtually everything in this game causes friendly fire. It's more often than not a rule that you will take friendly fire than you will not take friendly fire. So just realize that, you know, if you're doing something next to your own units, there's a good chance you're going to be hurting them. I like Nehekaran warriors more than them. Yeah, and that's not really saying much because Nehekaran warriors aren't very good either. If you cav charge through infantry, does it cause friendly fire? No. Cav charge is a melee attack. You might knock back your own units, but that doesn't actually do any damage. Well, I can tell Tomb King infantry are just kind of bad, right? Everything up to Tomb Guard are bad, yes. Tomb Guard are good. Causes disruption. It does cause disruption, but it doesn't cause damage. You'll still knock back your own units if you want to consider that a form of friendly fire. But there is no actual damage. Also, if your War Sphinx happens to trample through your infantry units, yeah, that doesn't cause any damage either. No friendly fire involved there. Archers OP? Oh, yeah. I mean, even Bretonnian peasant archers are pretty good.
Acceptable.
But artillery and magic will cause friendly fire damage. So keep those things in mind. I mean, you're gonna make cheap peasant stacks, but at the same time, it doesn't mean that those peasant mobs aren't gonna count towards the peasant cap, unless they're reworking the way that the peasant economy is going to work on top of it. Free Bretonnian peasants are not really gonna do anything. Like the free peasant mobs, they're not really gonna change anything. Because there should still be a cap. There should still be a count, right? Yeah, we're going to murder as many of them as we can. Hey, Mike. Yeah, this wasn't even a contest. They didn't really, like, look at the Tomb Guard. None of them dropped below half. It was more or less they just wouldn't die. That's the big thing about Savage Orcs, is Savage Orcs not having, and this, by the way, counts if you're playing as Warzag. Savage Orcs not being able to charge is, like, literally cutting off 3/4 of their usefulness. Because otherwise, they just have, like, a decent physical resist. They've got pretty shitty otherwise stats. Being able to charge is what makes Savage Orcs scary as shit. The bar filling at the top is the Realm of Souls. That's the mechanic. It heals at every stage for Tomb Kings. It gives a little bit of regeneration. The regeneration is really not that great, but it is there. And then the final one gives an Ushabti, which you can just summon wherever you want. It is a summon, so it does degrade after time. But basically, this was just faction-wide healing. Honestly, though, the regeneration is not strong, like, at all. It's more or less to help Tomb Kings, like, early game, deal with the fact that they're going to be losing massive numbers of skeletons. But the reality is it doesn't really actually do a whole lot. They've buffed it already, at least once, and it still really didn't change much. It's there, but it's not really that great. And even the free Ushabti is not that great. The Ushabti is buffed by technologies, so that's cool, but without Lord buffs, they're really not that strong. That's a good chunk of money. We'll take that chunk of money, because we're broke.
The gods bless me.
So the green aura was? Yeah, if you heard that little, like, ping noise, and then they started regenerating. That little, like, misty green stuff around them. Yeah, that was their AoE healing.
Tomb King of Nehekara.
Alright, get a Grave Port. We can
I cannot.
do that at some point.
I'm awake.
We might be able to auto-resolve that, but probably not. We're going to try, though. Yeah, that's fine.
To battle for the creator.
That's okay with me.
Unleash the slaves.
Alright, top knots. It's a cool concept, it's just not actually good in practice. That's the problem. It's a very cool concept.
My dynasty reigns supreme.
1700. Growth might actually be good.
Tomb King of Nehekara. Citra does not serve.
One more turn. I think we're going to babysit this for another turn or two. Try to get the public order down. We can build walls. Maybe that's what I should have done here instead. Just go ahead and build those walls. Probably what I should have done, actually, is just go ahead and build these walls. Guess we can wait for the last slot. The reason why I got Warhammer been playing Rome for so long is all this cool, unique stuff, and it makes me want to read the lore and get good at this game. Well, I can help you with both of those things as much as I can. Like I said, 1D4chan is a great spot to learn a lot of the bullshitter lore and stuff. If you played a lot of Rome 2, basically all you've got to understand now is like magic and monsters. Otherwise, everything that you've learned in Rome 2 is going to apply here too. Yeah, the factional diversity is huge. Like that's the main difference here is that every faction feels very different, very unique. Whereas, you know, let's face it, historical is just a bunch of dudes, and all that's different about them is what they're armed with and what their training is. You know, here you have very different walks of life. You have very different units, how they're created. You've got monsters, you've got magic, you've got so many cool things. It is dumbed down compared to historical, but I think honestly it had to be. With there being like, what, 14 or 15 major factions in this game? Kind of have to. Hey, Hobble. What are your strategies for handling settlements? What do you focus on first? So your main settlement's going to have military recruitment. This is where we do not want rebellions to be happening. And then everywhere else is going to be economy. Normally I would have went ahead and upgraded Gorgazon, but I want Galbaraz to be a tier 3 first. Once it's a tier 3, I'll be much happier, I think. That's why we're going to babysit it for another turn or two. But we're going to give it walls. which actually. Ugh. I guess we can give it the income. That's okay. We're gonna babysit it, and we're gonna keep building this shit up. But see, here's the thing. You guys have to remember, I've talked about this before, that just having having military recruitment, or rather being able to recruit units in cities, is what causes it to be able to have better rebellions. If you notice at this rebellion spot here, we only had goblins. If we had had military recruitment buildings, then it probably would have spawned like some savage orcs and probably like biggins, or maybe even black orcs potentially. Maybe not black orcs, but definitely biggins and more pigs and things like that. That's because the game bases that shit based upon your military recruitment in those areas. So you can generally control the rebellions that are going to happen at your capital, generally speaking. But then your outer territories are probably going to be prone to rebelling a lot more so. And that's the shit that is a lot harder to deal with. And so by keeping these all economic infrastructure buildings, we're absorbing as much territory as possible, and not worried about this shit. Now, eventually, the main difference here with Tomb Kings is that we do need military recruitment buildings in order to increase their caps, right? The Tomb Kings do not play like normal factions where you can just recruit those units anywhere and you'll be fine. You'll be fine. So that's why we have to kind of pay attention to where is safe to put military recruitment buildings in once we're outside of our main settlement, like Khemri. We don't want to have rebellions in places that can't handle rebellions. So the first and foremost part is preparing everything to have a rebellion, i.e. having a lot of public order and or having walls, probably both. In order to stop that. On Legendary, there's bound to be rebellions. Yes, there's always going to be rebellions on Legendary. You have to remember that you're always going to be -4 public order from taxation, no matter what. And then you're going to have a difficulty level from Legendary of -8. So because of that, you're going to have rebellions. So that's why I've been very cautious about where we allow rebellions to be. That's why we're babysitting Khemri, to try to make sure Khemri does not revolt. Tomb King rebellions are a bitch to deal with. So that's why we're keeping this economic at first, and we're going to put walls here. And then after that, probably at tier 4, we're going to put the Scorpion building in, because we're going to want as many Scorpions as possible. If we can prove that this area is going to be safe, that we're not worried about rebellions, then I'll go ahead and put military recruitment buildings in there first. But otherwise, any other faction that we play is going to be aimed more towards having your main province, your capital province, be dedicated to military recruitment as much as possible, and then the surrounding territories are all going to be aimed towards economy, no matter what. Whereas Tomb Kings is a little different. You have to end up building military recruitment buildings. I feel like Tomb King walls on smaller settlements are garbage. Yeah, they kind of are, but you know. I don't know if we're going to ever get declared on by Greenskins or not, so I feel like putting in the walls here might not be a bad idea. It might be garbage. I remember wanting to play Carthage and getting elephants thing. It was so cool. And the other day, I'm playing High Elves and fought the pirates, and they have this huge crab monster. I'm like, what the fuck? This is awesome. Yep. It was good times, man. Can you turn up or down taxes like in Rome? No. You can only turn off taxes. Turn on or turn off. There is no in between. There are mods for that if you really are into the idea of being able to change taxation, but I don't think it's that big.
Yeah.
Thank you for the follow. I remember playing Archon and got a full Tomb Guard Rebellion on like turn 5. Yep. It sucks. Okay, so now we're no longer worried about Khemri. if we leave this, our military presence is only 6. So we're actually kind of okay to go ahead and lose this. We can, I think we can sit for one more turn. We can see what's happening here. It's possible
Lord of Bretonnia.
that the Bretonians will take this, which if that's the case, we will go ahead and be able to fight them. I'm not sure that they actually will, though, because Rakith Dynasty is usually pretty strong by this point. So Rakith might back that up. Maybe. They're kind of weakened right now. Who else becomes a problem for Tomb Kings? That's the thing, though. Tomb Kings are the weakest early game. Tomb Kings start out weak and only get stronger over the course of the game.
Yeah.
If nothing else, Tomb Kings specialize in just being able to eventually overwhelm factions. Just because they do nothing but crank out quality later on. Because they have so much military recruitment. The larger that they get, the better they become. Can you make new factions by intentionally causing rebellions? Yes, but not really, no. Not new factions, no. I think we are going to let this sit for another turn, and then we're going to move out. We do need to keep an eye on greenskins.
Make your offer, but do it quick. Not lightly.
What if I join war against dwarves? And we non-aggression. That was worth trying.
If I don't like your words, I'll blast you with me spells.
He was at war with Top Knots. I don't understand how they would not like us for
No
being at war
way.
with Top Knots. How's work going? It's going well enough. Oh, good news, by the way, boys. Those of you who give a shit. I went ahead and said fuck it because I'm not thrilled about necessarily my presentation. I have a 1070 currently in my computer, and I'm not thrilled about it. Like, I would be fine for me if I wasn't streaming. I don't give a shit about it. I'm not one of those who needs, like, the newest tech or anything like that. But I've noticed that things are not necessarily the cleanest for stream. And so I am upgrading to a 2080. And that is coming in the mail in a couple days. So hopefully the stream's going to get even sexier. Thanks, boys. Now I just have to fucking figure out the know-how as to install it. I want a 2080, but it's too pricey. Yeah, I feel you. You send me your 1070. No, I think keeping a backup card's probably not a bad idea. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I wouldn't normally upgrade, but I'm not pleased with what you guys are necessarily seeing. So, I'm gonna get a 1060 Ti. What about like a 1660? I don't know what the Ti is gonna do to it, but I mean, 1660s aren't that much more, like, just press next on the installer. How hard can it be? You mean like physically installing a 1070 or a 2080 and removing the old one? It's a little more powerful. All right. Thanks, Hobble. Fucking wish, dude. Fucking wish. What's tomorrow's playthrough? Is there a command to check the queue? No. Tomorrow will be Empire, though. I mean, I'm going in order. I'm skipping lizards, elves, lizards, rats, and Bretonia. But next in order after Tomb Kings is Empire, because that's the order. That's what I've heard, Klingon, and my buddy who installed my stuff previously assures me that that's the case, but don't really know, so still a little worried. You know what I'm saying? We need to get Tomb Guard, but we also need walls and this shit. Skip those 3 because the DLC. Will you play them on release? Yeah, I'll play them on release, but I'm gonna play through the new factions first. I'm gonna play through at least the new Lizard faction, one of the two, first before returning to the learning series. just a clip and a screw. Yeah, but you know, if you've never done it before, there's still a lot of fear there, especially when, you know, that shit's expensive. You know what I'm saying? You know, it's not about how hard it is. The fact that you've never done it before. No, I didn't have to upgrade my power supply. There's still just that fear. I mean, look, I mean, if you were a fucking surgeon and you'd never done a particular surgery, even if it's, you know, fucking easy, you're still going to be pretty nervous about it, right? It's the same thing here. Even if it is easy, it's still, you know, terrifying. No, I don't have an old case. I've got a pretty new case. And the card is huge, but it shouldn't be, it should still be plenty of room for my case. Yeah, I'll make sure to ground my stealth and stuff. Just go in with the knife screaming. Yeah. Boy, that sounds like a fantastic idea. Just start jabbing rapidly. Surely nothing can go wrong, right? Love building PCs. Man, I wanted the 2080 because I was tired of looking at potential upgrades, because I'm like, again, if I didn't stream, I wouldn't give a shit about it too much. But since I am streaming, I give a shit about what you guys see. And that's what makes me nervous about it. Otherwise, like, I think the 2080 is probably not really worth it. Especially because we don't know what the next generation could be. But I was tired of, you know, not streaming the best, so kind of future-proofing a little bit, I hope, but let's see. Okay, we're going to upgrade this, and then we're going to say that that's it, and then we're going to get 2 cards. Hi for the DLC. I love lizards. I love them too, man. I cannot wait to play one of the 2. Newer card problems and all. Yeah, it's probably the case. But what are you going to do? Yeah, it's new shit. Yeah, and that's what annoys me, because I don't give a shit about the ray tracing, but, you know, I don't have a choice about that part. You know. It's not like I could be like, yeah, I like the 2080, but can I not ray trace? Oh. Exactly, Hobble. Well, actually, I was around for whenever my buddy popped in the RAM in my computer, and it was kind of frightening to watch him press as hard as he was. But, you know, everything's fine, obviously. But it's still just kind of like, are you sure this is okay? Like, you know, it looks like it hurts. Just because, you know, it's silicon and it's, you know, has kind of like glass, you know, it's great until you press too hard and it just shatters. And I guess the real problem is that if it breaks one part, that's it. You know, chips a corner, prong is bent, whatever, that's it. That's the part I'm worried about. It's not like, you know, am I going to just break this like a glass table? Heroic actions or enemy hero succession. We're not doing any heroic actions. Anything that costs, so I'm not going to bother with that.
I rule everything. Make way for Cetra.
Oh, here's an important question. Can't see
Where are my slaves?
Can't see what they have going on right now. Okay, we are gonna start going negative again. We do need public order here for now. Are you tweaking the BIOS? I don't know. I'm gonna ask my buddy. Because he's gonna know a lot better than I do.
Mortal fool.
I don't actually know.
Citra rules.
Maybe. I don't know. These are all things that I don't really understand, so. I enjoy playing on technology. I don't enjoy, like, screwing with it. I'm not installing a CPU anytime soon. I have an i7 8700K. I'm not gonna fucking bother with anything for a while. That's part of why I bought an i7s. I don't have to worry about shit for at least a little while, you know. Maybe upgrade in like 2 years. Or get a whole new fucking computer. I don't know. Yeah. Just nervous. Like on prom night.
Citra is desiccated. Citra does not serve.
Like playing with expensive Legos.
Does not serve.
I guess that's one way to look at it.
Hekara rises from the sands. My Nehekara is
See if this good trade.
find
No.
me.
We need to get trade agreements. We need to make more money. We're going to go ahead and take this from Rakif. Rakif is going to be pretty strong. They're going to be a nice buffer state between us and Archon. We do see Archon creeping up, though. Unfortunately, we really can't do anything about it. The next amount of money, once we get to 6K, is going to be upgrading this to be able to get into Tomb Guard. I'm going to cram Cetra's army with as many Tomb Guards as possible. Remember, Cetra does specialize in Tomb Guard, so we're going to want to cram as many of them as there as possible. Oh, the important thing here is also going to check for Tomb Swarm. We do not want to fight this if they have Tomb Swarm. That's probably the biggest issue to playing against Tomb Kings, etc., is the fact that they practically always have Tomb Swarm up, and it's just so deadly in comparison. So incredibly deadly. Honor is just for viewing purposes, mostly for gambling. Jars or treasury? You know, I'm gonna take the treasury because we want to get that tomb swarm. We can get jars usually, but we need money more right now.
Petra calls. Cetra the imperishable.
Nope, can't. I don't see any of his armies, so we can't see if he's got tomb swarm up. We could usually click on the army and it'll have a little icon like that pop up. But unfortunately here we can't actually do that. He doesn't have tomb swarm. We're good. Okay, we're gonna surround this, and we're gonna bring in the expendable army in here.
Oh, yeah.
Submit to your king.
Thank you for the follow.
Slay for Cetra. Glory for Henry.
It's just a way for people to stay active in chat and, you know, whatever. Some people like to lurk and then just gamble. I don't mind. I like all of my lurkers. Hey, no problem, man.
Cetra the imperishable.
Um. I think I want to come from this side. I feel in love. Show you some love. No. I don't know what to tell you, man. All right, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna push these boys up in this, prevent them from getting shot at the tower. We're gonna send the second army that's pretty much completely just skeletons to die on the walls, and let Cetra's army still be, you know, running around doing shit. I mean, you know. Oh, I'm not looking for people to be like, "Oh, thanks, man." Just, you know, I don't know.
Bow to me. My will.
In fact, the vast majority of times that I watch streams, I lurk. I very rarely do anything else. So, which is why I don't feel like, you know, oh my God, what are you doing? You must speak. You must ask questions when I ask if you need to ask questions. You know, whatever. I get it. Do ask, don't ask, whatever. I see you, nerd. Ninja Kitty will go in later. Gonna hold off on using anything like that just yet. Nerd, are you still playing you still playing Path of Exile? Taking a break. I feel you. I saw they did at least formally announce that yes, for sure we are doing a melee update. Did you see that? Nerd's basically like all pro at this point. I'm just kidding. I don't know. I might be more excited for next league if the melee update is actually any good. Pretty sure he's talking about Path of Exile. Yeah, I don't think anybody should really craft if they don't really understand what the fuck's going on. Crafting is not something that's easy. Man, I'm saying this now, nerd. I hope legitimately they just like break Slayer. Well, it's not legendary difficulty. It's very hard battle difficulty because that's the highest battle difficulty there is. But they get basically 20% to any stat that actually matters. They don't get 20% ammunition, but they do get like 20%. They get like what, plus 8 leadership, I think. And we can actually look at it. Difficulty modifier is plus 10. So plus 10 leadership and then about 20% bonus melee attack, melee defense. It won't show on the unit card, but it does apply in combat. It's one of those invisible buffs that they get. So plus 10 leadership and then about 20% bonuses otherwise. I mean, nerd, how long has it been since Cyclone has actually been in a good place? Like, let's not lie to the guy. I love Cyclone as much as the next person, but they, a while. You ever make condensed versions of guides for YouTube? I don't, simply because I don't really use YouTube. So people have asked for guides anyway, so I just figure we make just big old streams like this, and you know, people can see how it all plays off and stuff. But no, I don't really do anything with YouTube, so I make it more or less for long-term shit more than anything else. Otherwise, like, everything else is going to be in stream. Okay, this is the Realm of Souls mechanic, by the way. Yeah, I know. If at some point, like, I don't know. Maybe someday I'll do like short condensed YouTube streams and just like completely ignore Twitch chat. But I don't know. I kind of like this style where we can still answer questions from chat and still talk about chat and kind of show like beginning battles and stuff like that without like really worrying about, you know, formatting and stuff like that. Because, like, you're right, it is long for a YouTube video. Like, don't get me wrong, I definitely understand that. But honestly, if Twitch had some like actual version of like long-term, without just highlighting shit, because YouTube is super easy to search. You can't really search Twitch videos. But if Twitch had some method of doing it rather than YouTube, I'd do it on Twitch instead. What's your opinion on Nehekara Warriors? The fact that they don't have shields really puts me off from using them, but the normal skellies are so bad. Nehekara Warriors are just like marginally better, but they're not actually any better. I don't like Nehekara Warriors either. They're there for like slightly better skeleton warrior trash. But even that, they're not really. Oh God, why are they in combat? How did you guys end up in combat? Explain this to me, guys. Oh, they used the. Okay, now I get it. The good news is we can route them. I wondered where that was happening at. Like, man, what's going on over there? All right, these guys are gonna retreat. Nehekara warriors are dual wielding units, so you know. Pretty much only as good as that. And even then, like, they're not particularly killy. I mean, they're dual wielding, but that's about it. I mean, they have marginally okay stats. No, route. Flee, run now, please. Or you crumble completely.
Bring me the bones. Attack!
I'd be able to cause them to route without having to go fight the units in the back. Here's the other thing about Tomb King fights is that they're very grindy. We're very, very grindy here. Try reloading. Yeah, but they're not a particularly good damage dealer, though, Darth. I guess you could use them for flanking units, but I'm still not very confident of their damage. Feel it there, dude. Merciless blow. Oh, do they have a lord in there still? I guess so. Prince, I guess. Tomb Prince. I don't know where that Tomb Prince would have been, though. Beep, beep, I'm a Jeep with your chariots. That's a good way of putting it. Oh, there he is. Oh, I didn't realize this guy was fucking alive. Well, shit. That's a war kitty kill him. Never mind. That's route. Yep, that's route. There we go. I didn't realize that Tomb Prince was there. Whoops. That's fine. Disposable units. All we lost were just skeletons. Occupy.
This is Zetras. Zetra the Imperishable.
10. Okay. 10 it is. And we can start getting upgrades for... You know, I'm actually inclined to keep keep that for the time being. Sartosa, do we want to trade with him? Alright, for Warcraft Reforged, the art style looks a bit off of War 3, but I can't wait to play until. Any thoughts on it? Hell yeah, I am. I played Warcraft 2 on stream like 2 weeks ago. Because that was re-released on GOG. Hell yeah, dude. I've already pre-ordered Warcraft 3.
Attend your king, slaves.
There we go. I pre-ordered that shit a while ago.
Victory in undeath.
19 turns. We shouldn't be that bad because we're going to get that, so... We're probably going to need to go ahead and upgrade it at some point to better walls, but... First I want to go ahead and get the Tomb Guard building first. We need to get those Tomb Guard in Tetzer's army immediately. Ah, yes. Okay, so... Construction cost and tax rate. Hell yeah. The construction cost is pretty big. Growth is pretty big too, actually. We're going to switch it over to construction costs so that we can get the Royal Barracks and shit like that done first. And then we'll switch it over to growth. We're actually going to try to pay attention to both of them. I've beaten at least an hour playthrough on Legendary. Beaten? No. Have I gotten incredibly bored of it because I was destroying everything? Yes. Just play with the whole... Like, Alethanar's army is quite literally just all Shadow Walkers. Like, don't bother using any other units than Shadow Walkers. And just cheese every fucking... Cheese everything. Has Mash One Finger been harassing you all game? I hate that guy. I killed him. Killed him and wiped them all out. The custom map scene is going to get revived. They're going to have a much better Battle.net interface for joining games. Kind of like what StarCraft 2 does, so I wouldn't worry about it at all. Yep, I hit him too. on I know that Tomb Guard are going to be my front line, and for the time being, archers. Getting the extra ammunition for archers is pretty nice.
Of your conquests spreads
So I went
far
down
and wide.
arrows from Asaph or whatever, since we're going to need that to give us an advantage as well. Okay, now we can actually go ahead and upgrade Xandri. Do you want Xandri or you want... Yeah, I guess we want Xandri. Okay, so he is Black Tower, right. Of course, he built walls that pulls despair as well. Why the fuck wouldn't he? Turns we're gonna get another army, so that'll be nice. I wish that we had some form of scouting at this point. Actually, I don't really want to spend jars on a prince. Enjoy, Cleon. Have fun, man.
There is nothing.
Need a tomb prince, I think, to assault armies and stuff. I think we're just gonna wait.
Greatest.
'Cause we're gonna need another army pretty soon. I'll have to use that to overwhelm them. We're probably gonna have a couple pitched battles against Rakif Dynasty. We still need to wait anyway for Tomb Guard anyway. I guess waiting is not really that bad. That's kind of the thing about Tomb Guard. It's just trying to be patient and deciding when is a good time to strike and when is not a good time to strike. I feel like until we get, you know, definitely superior numbers. Tomb Prince is a nice addition to an army early on. That 50% HP spell is quite strong. What 50% HP spell? Talking about resurrection? Oh, you're talking about the... Okay. You're talking about the spell that they get when they drop below a certain percentage of health. Got it. Yeah, but Tomb Prince has one, or the Priest has one as well. Yeah, the Curse. Okay. Now I understand what you're talking about. Can we debate him? Can we debate him?
You come before greatness.
Okay, cool. He's probably going to get wiped out by Archon anyway, so what am I worried about? Critical failure. Nice, he wounded himself. Just send the servant. We're not spending jars on stupid shit.
I forbid this.
It does not have Tombstone. Still.
Eternal King. Cetra the Imperishable. Cetra hates. Nehekara rises from the sands. Onward, soldiers! Strike on my command. This is forbidden.
We'll try to debate him with ambushes and see what happens. It's honestly the best way to go about it right now.
Come, let our lich priests come. Never.
We need some kind of trade agreement somewhere.
Call me mermaid. I dare.
You're a mermaid. No, guess we need to just keep growing bigger. Tetra got better at ambushing. That's nice. Knows if that's actually going to matter. All right, what do you guys got for me? That's one missed ambush. That's two missed ambushes. This is going to be a pain. This is going to hurt. You done any Empire campaigns lately? Is Skarsnik the first thing you exterminate after getting back to the province? No. I mean, I do eventually eliminate Skarsnik, but you spend a lot of time up in the mountains, and that's honestly not good territory. Skarsnik's a pain in the ass, but I don't think he's that big of a pain in the ass. Well, we are outgunned here. We have Fire's protection, but we're outgunned here. Problem too is that if we try to retreat, we might end up going the wrong direction. We can catch the one in march stance still. We try retreating, and Cetra will still be able to retreat because he hasn't retreated once. The hope with that is because the other army in the march stance is pulled way out of position. The AI is usually pretty dumb about that, and we'll end up trying to like push back. I think we're gonna gamble and see what the AI decides here. We're gonna try retreating.
We retreat.
And then Cetra will do the same. Because he's gonna try to fight Cetra now too. Yeah, we're gonna retreat with Cetra as well.
Return to Kemri.
We went the wrong way though. That's not good. As long as that guy doesn't have movement, that's the hope here. If he has movement, I just fucked myself. Oh, he does not. Okay. If we didn't decide to move. Skarsnik or Kimmler are those things for an experience. In my opinion, I'm not seeing somebody to go to Marienburg for the monies. Well, here's the thing. I didn't really want to talk about it too much because the strategy might very well change for Empire. I was going to talk about it on the Empire stream tomorrow. Here's the thing. Usually, I went into Bretonnia, and really that kind of now changes based upon... Oh, God. Growth. Really that now ends up changing based upon how Bretonnia the Bretonnia update actually goes. So traditionally speaking, and this is part of why I made this, why I'm making this series anyway, the educational, is that I would usually unite the Reikland. We'd try to debate Beastmen, because Beastmen are more or less programmed to go for Helmgart before about like turn 12. At least that's the way it used to be. It may not be so much anymore, but we always need to defend Helmgart. And then once you've secured Reikland, I'd go in and start beating up Bretonnia. The reason for it is because, typically speaking, we are playing on Legendary, and because of that, fighting a mirror match against other Empire factions is usually pretty painful. Whereas beating up Bretonians is a lot easier because they're peasants. The core of what their armies are going to be, that low level, is going to be shittier compared to Empire. The other thing is that, and I can't show you this, the other thing with going into Bretonnia is that Bretonnia has a lot of good natural resources that are trade goods that are good for the Empire. Empire is one of the heavier trading factions, same like dwarves and high elves and shit like that. So having a lot of good natural resources is very powerful for them, being able to make that extra money. Empire actually has a pretty strong economy once it gets up and going. Maybe not the strongest, but it's definitely in, like, say, the top 5, top 6 total. So because of that, nailing Bretonnia as being kind of like the soft underbelly of things is usually what I go for. The problem with going with Marienburg early is that, one, the actual Bretonians, when I say Bretonnia, I'm talking about these shitty Bretonians. I'm talking about Paravon. I'm talking about Bordelot eventually. I'll get to that in a second. Bastogne, this kind of stuff. We go for this Heartland territory. Basically anything through here and up to including Bordelot. Because we don't actually want to fight Luan early game. Luan's army is incredibly strong to start off with, and Luan himself is an incredibly good duelist. So we don't want to fight him early, and he usually takes Marienburg early. If Marienburg, for whatever reason, is exposed and we can fight it without taking too many casualties, then Marienburg is a good pickup. The problem is that it's usually not undefended. It usually either gets picked up by Bretonnia, or they end up putting a couple stacks in there. Plus, if you control if you control Marienburg, you're going to get raided by the Norskins far faster than normal. They'll always come for whoever controls Marienburg, because they see that straight. This is all vision to them, because it's all considered one water tile. So they can see anything. So all of these Norskins in here are always going to know where you are, and they hate Empire. They hate anybody who controls Marienburg, but they hate Empire for sure. So if you go to Marienburg as Empire early game, you're going to get swarmed with Norskins at some point. So you're talking about defending territory that's really hard to defend. And furthermore, the wasteland is basically this whole chunk here. So you're also going to get raided when you inevitably take the wasteland as well. And you get raided for no actual reason. So you can take into Bretonnia. So it's going to be a lot easier to take, because it's usually easier to kill Bretonians than it is to fight the Empire mirror match. And furthermore, we can talk about Bordelot itself. Bordelot, if you're not aware, has a special wine landmark building in it that produces an astronomical amount of barrels of wine. At tier 4, it produces 144 wine. If you're not aware, wine, I believe, is 18 gold per. So that's a lot of money in one settlement. Plus, it does have a specialized port like Marienburg, but not quite. Marienburg is definitely the best port there is, but Bordelot has a port that comes very close to behind it. Combined with the port and with the wine, Bordelot will end up making about the same and eventually more money for you overall than what Marienburg will, because Empire also has a lot of ways to increase the amount of goods produced, and so they can produce more than just the wine that comes from that settlement, or comes from that special garrison, or from that special landmark building. So because of that, long term, you can make a lot more money off of going onto Bordelot and getting all that. Furthermore, pretty much everybody hates Bretonians. So beating up the Bretonians makes for some easy alliance in the form of Wood Elves and High Elves. High Elves are going to be basically your trade partners for eternity. So long as you can trade with them, they're going to love you. And so by having Bordelot right there and having a port next to their stuff, although Altdorf is also a port, it does open up this sea and being able to see the clipping here. And usually by this time, Tyrion shows up, or Tyrion's already been here. And so having it makes for a very easy alliance with Tyrion, and basically your greatest trade partner, who's guaranteed, because as long as he controls Lothern, he can trade with you. As long as you control Altdorf, you can trade with him. So you're making an easy 200, probably 2,000 right off the bat, maybe a little more. And then that will only grow with time. By the time that you've pacified enough of Bretonnia, you should be able to get into steam tanks. And once you get steam tanks, you'll have more than enough money to fund steam tanks, and then you can go destroy whatever. Now, it depends on what the Bretonnian update is going to do for their garrisons and what it's going to do for the Bretonnian AI. This may not be nearly as easy to go into and purge anymore as Empire, and it might mean that you're going to have to just focus on the Empire states instead. Those battles are going to be a lot harder. If you can get to Marienburg, great. Otherwise, I would honestly start pushing your way towards Drakenhof and start fighting the undead. The problem with that is that without like artillery and shit like that to fight the vampire counts, Empire does not do particularly strong. They really need artillery for sure, and they definitely need anti-large, because otherwise they're gonna get bullied the shit out of.
Attend your king.
They're within range here.
My servant fails me.
So unfortunately we have to fight this. I was hoping that this was going to go a little bit different and he'd switch to march stance and leave, but essentially we're basically into the same scenario that we were before. Yeah, I'll explain it again tomorrow when playing Empire, but that's okay. You know, it's like I said, that's part of why I did this in the first place, why I did this series. So
Serve me.
I don't necessarily mind, but you know, that's why I'm hopefully making a video so that I can show people now.
Citra does not serve.
This is gonna be a really shitty battle, but I think we have to fight it. He is still in march stance, so that's good. Yes, both of those generals are named that. Yes.
Citra comes. Defeat
This is gonna hurt.
is impossible.
I don't really have anything outside of Fi's protection either to give us an advantage. If I had banishment, this fight could go a little bit more smoothly.
Oh, yeah.
Look at the fellow. But without any kind of like tomb swarming like that, this battle's gonna hurt. I also wish I had more archers. I don't.
Great king.
In fact, by comparison, I think I have enough archers to really warrant their use here. Just don't have enough ammunition to actually make a big difference here. We're gonna lose the majority of this army. Which is gonna hurt. We are gonna use the other army to soak up as much as we can first and let Cetra kind of enjoy being king, but we're gonna have to play this real tight. Use the bonuses of being Cetra and the War Sphinx. Basically, the War Sphinx is gonna have to carry us, and just sheer numbers, trying to like use magic to our advantage. But I'm not confident that we have enough in our favor to do that. Not confident at all. We're gonna let them come to us. Not really a whole lot else we can do about that.
I can throw the sands.
We are gonna turtle it up to try to prevent getting cycle charged. For this situation, I wish we had way more archers. We need every bit of ammunition we could have gotten here. Cycle charging the kitty only works for so long. Because you got to remember that the kitty's going to get bogged down in combat. Cycle charging works until you can't actually cycle charge anymore, you know what I'm saying? Saying you can't physically cycle charge anymore because the concentration's so high. And besides, it's only one cat. This is really kind of the problem part of why I don't like Tomb Kings. These fights are really shitty. These fights happen more frequently than I like as Tomb Kings in the mirror match. Yeah, the one is Force to March, which is nice, but I still don't think it's going to change enough. We can't hide them. So the chariots are gonna be pretty useless here. We could try to like ram them into the sides as they come in on the edges here, but we know we're gonna get hit pretty hard on the flanks. Actually, I'm gonna go ahead and put the Tomb Guard over there on this flank as well. We can now get Tomb Guard, so losing this unit of Tomb Guard is not bad, or it's not crazy bad. It's not great. Cat's gonna end up with so many kills by the end of this fight. Now we wait. As it takes them a millennia to actually get here. Did you cover how Cetra can make money early in a game? Because I want to know how to make bank as TK. Yeah, they don't really make money. Are you attacking? I am. Waiting to see if they're going to come to me. Sometimes the AI will still do it anyway. If that is the case, we'll just move up the side here. Move up the flanks. You see, they're still moving to something. It's just hard to say what exactly they're moving to. Just because we're attacking doesn't necessarily mean that they aren't going to come to me. Remember, guys, the AI is still dumb. There's no guarantee it will do anything. Argos raiding the land of the dead. Don't like Tomb Kings. Yeah, Battle Knight would be kind of cool. Just sit back, relax. The impending doom. Oh, you know what? I know what they're doing. They're trying to find me. Nope. I have no high mobility here except for chariots. Chariots aren't really that high of mobility. Plus, the chariots will end up getting engaged with those, with the horsemen. As soon as that happens, we're not going anywhere. I think we're actually hidden. That's why they're looking. As the AI is programmed to go search for the player if you're hidden like this. Which I hadn't intended on doing, but if it works, it works. You know what I'm saying? Looks like they're coming. Oh, lordy, they're coming. We only have 40 army at one time in battle? Yes. It's 40 units total. Well, that's what the, that right is, Breath, that makes it so that you give them unit stock. That's basically what it is. Risky.
Almost year pog.
Thanks, man. Appreciate that. We're back, man. For the 11 months. I'm gonna move some more skelly boys over here. The front lines are probably not gonna be pushed that hard, but the corners are gonna get hit really hard. So. Same thing here. Are we recording camping? Hell yeah, we are. They have cav and I don't have cav. I'm actually going to tell them not to shoot here. We're going to let them charge like that. We're going to wait until they get real close, and then we're going to start firing into ranks. I'm gonna have to let them shoot us. Much as that is unpleasant, and I don't want to do that. Don't see much of a solution. Then put everything on guard. I'm gonna tell you guys to stop. Thought I told you guys to stop. Or wait for the archers to, or wait for them to close in more before we start shooting things. Good night, Ned. You see how they're all clogging up these sides like that? We'll bring Cetra over here.
Onwards, legions.
Oh man, any kind of vortex spell, pit of shades, anything would be great here. Anything would be amazing right here. And they're pushing those corners really hard. Okay, now that they've condensed, we've got solid blobs to start shooting into. Now we can start firing. We want to stay conservative with the ammunition as long as possible until we get into scenarios like this where, you know, we can basically make sure that every single arrow is going to hit something. As long as you can guarantee the arrow is going to hit something, that's really the best way we're going to use ammunition in this case. I'm going to try ramming this with, they do have some skelly boy or some spears over there, but I think the only way we're going to be able to get through this is with that. Him with the cat. Let the cat do his thing. I'm going to get Cetra as deep as possible and then start detonating him. Oops, not you. This side's going to get hit really hard. We're going to start popping this with Invocation. Of course, all of them are going for the Tomb Guard. I should have realized that they would. Where is Cetra right now? Oh, he's deep. Okay. All right. Stopped you already? Why not? Maybe we can stop them. Nope, 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 nope. Send the chariots too, why not? I'm gonna stop them from killing archers. Be careful to use that. Don't want to use that too frequently.
Of course.
How's the cat doing? Cat's doing okay. I am pretty worried about all that shit though. Oh boy. Things are not looking good.
Unliving king. Very well.
It's actually pathetic that one unit of Ushtapti can do this for as long as it can.
Tomb King.
Pop this again really quickly.
Bring me the bones.
Actually, let's go ahead and try to kill this. Try to kill this
Fight.
Lord.
All is done.
I don't know if monstrous infantry are always absurd on legendary, but Ustapati spawns usually tend to be more bullshit than average, I think. I feel.
Bring me the bones.
Use Cetra to kill him. Ooh, Kitty Cat's kind of in trouble here. How you feeling about the upcoming Lizardman DLC? I'm pretty excited. Pretty excited still.
Cetra the
I
imperishable.
think we have to make sure that he stays alive here. No, I don't think Ustapati are very strong at all, actually. I mean, look at their stats. They don't actually do much. They kind of are wet noodly. I need him back in infantry blocks. I think that's the only way we're going to survive that. We need to bog down these units. Actually, go ahead and focus fire on the Sepulchral Stalkers. I think the Sepulchral Stalkers actually have anti-large, which is why they're doing stuff against him. Doomguard get absurd amounts of upgrades. I mean, even though I'm not a lizard boy, or I'm not a Skaven boy, Jezzails I think are just too critical to the way that Skaven play. So I think Jezzails are definitely the best unit we're getting. Ooh, pretty sure we're gonna lose this fight, which is gonna set me back. Probably shouldn't have taken this fight. Maybe we should have retreated and tried to use numbers advantage, but maybe that's part of the educational truth. Don't take stupid fights. Problem was I didn't see myself winning otherwise if we didn't start like trying to take good, trying to be proactive about these fights. It's Crotch. But I do think we're going to lose this. They're still pretty high health, and we're just going to crumble away. And don't think there's really a whole lot we can do about it. I'm going to lose the cat. That's going to suck. I'm going to kill Lord. That's taking forever. We just don't have enough things that give us an advantage. Like, if we had had good magic, if I could banish this would be different. Like, banishing would be, like, any kind of magic, Tomb Swarm, banishment, something like that to deal with these blobs, then this fight would be much different. But, you know, I just don't have it. I didn't fight to give myself enough of an advantage. Take the Lord and the Kitty. Problem is, if I retreat, we're dead anyway. Because all you do is retreat, and then the two armies are going to be left alive, and you're never going to be able to move far enough away. Because remember, to attack, if you retreat after having attacked, you lose basically all of your movement, and then there's still two armies here. Retreating with the Lord and trying to save the cat would only kill me as well. Armor? Oh boy. This priest is dying. Still haven't killed that Lord.
Obey me.
Now, Force March, it's still not going to change anything. Saving Cetra isn't really going to change anything either, because we're just going to build him a new army.
Cetra the imperishable.
I mean, those things are not... The thing is, those things don't change anything. We're still going to be fine for the most part at home. We got a new lord to recruit now. Gonna have 3 full armies now, mostly of shit. We're just basically have to run around and use the 3rd army for a little while. We're gonna lose the priest, which is gonna suck, but it's okay. Maybe we'll get a better one.
They vex me. Attack the living! Setra the imperishable.
Yeah, somehow we're knocking ourselves out of combat, as I've had him trying to fight King Hakor or whatever here for a while. Yeah, we're gonna mass route here.
I control the sands. Setra the
Too bad I'm not playing fucking Empire Counts. Battle side off this would be phenomenal.
King of kings.
But you can you can learn things in tutorials too. What not to do. Yep. We start just mass routing out now. So no using against option. I don't like them. You can use them if you want to, but personally, I think they're a waste of time. Not until at least you can get full upgrades for them. If you can get full upgrades for them, like technology-wise and then lord-wise as well, they start to become better. But until that point, I think they're definitely way worse. They're not worth their time.
King of kings. Do as I say. Curse them all.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Dr. Mold. With enough buffs, yeah, sure. But that's the thing, is you got to get to that point where there's enough buffs, then they become good. Yeah, we're just crumbling out now. Fought this battle partly out of desperation. Anyone with TK, overwhelm them. Find ways of creating advantages, which, you know, clearly we're not going to do here. No, I don't think so. I don't think so. Fighting 20 units on 20 units still wouldn't have won us anything because there's too much quality in either army. Seriously, I don't think retreating would have done anything because they still have more than enough room in order to charge me. So I'm going to end up losing both armies anyway because we're in a bad position. Hey, DK. The thing is I have a lot of shitty skeletons. Don't think I did my best as best? Maybe not. Losing the War Sphinx is going to suck. But that's the thing about Tomb Kings. They just grind on anyway. Alright, so here we're going to recruit a new lord. So I'm not stressing. It is just a fight. We're not going to do global here. We'll do local only. We're going to get the other armies up and running first. This will be Khemris, Sure, Master of Ceremony. Cover that shit. And then Goblin. We're gonna probably lose Xandri now. That's okay. We'll get it back. Okay. We have the third army now too. What we don't like about Tomb Kings. Oh yeah, we can also get that mage. Not an arcane condo. Knowledgeable would be nice. Let's go knowledgeable. Hey, Crazy Joker. Stitch. Might as well just go ahead and recruit the other lord here. Oh. I am okay. Playing Tomb Kings. A faction I am not thrilled about. Oh yeah, this will be finished in 2 turns, so we'll do that with Kimry. Might as well go ahead and upgrade it now. Hope is they'll retreat, but they probably won't. They'll take Xandri and then recruit. And they'll be at Kimry and hopefully about the same time it takes to finish this army. Actually, these units probably not going to be necessary. As well as Tomb Guard. You bought the game but still didn't get a key? For what, like Humble Bundle or what? Remember the Total War games, and I don't have a problem doing Legendary with standard factions like Elves, Empire, and Dwarves. So this Magic and Undead is weird and hard. Well, the thing is that TK are the weakest during their early game, which is something I'm not thrilled about. Because the thing is that the way that I approach the game in general is being able to take steps in the first 30 turns or so to ensure that we have as an explosive start as possible. And the problem is that Tomb Kings, at least for like Cetra and stuff, that feels really hard to get ahead because of their own locked-in limitations of lords and stuff like that. Excited for Game of Thrones? I have not watched the series. I read the books, and I kind of lost interest after they started making the show. Like, how are you supposed to defend walled cities against factions with range power as vampire counts? It sucks, but that's what Tomb Guard are for. I think we killed more than we would have. Oh, they just sacked me? I'm okay with that, actually. That means more turns they spend not doing anything against me. Oh, they're very fodder, yes. And that's the style I don't like. Is Tomb Kings are very, very heavy on fodder. No, Matt. He's talking about how do you defend as vampire counts against ranged. That's what the silver shields are for. It's hard. Like, don't get me wrong. Not saying, like, just do it, forehead. Sure. Reinforce the temple. They sacked it. We're not going to get a rebellion, though, which is good. I'm actually a little bit worried about trading a lord. I'm afraid there. Well, actually,
What?
it might be okay. aggressive? Sure, why not?
Find my harem.
Not like it matters. We'll change the stance later. So we should repair both. Yeah, they'll come back and sack it, which, you know, will suck, but that keeps them away from Khemri for a little bit. Now it's all just a question of what the Keith Dynasty does. My hope is that they get distracted by Archon, because usually they end up at war with Archon pretty easily. That's the hope, is that they get distracted by somebody else, go somewhere else, and leave me alone long enough to get my forces back. That's kind of the waiting game that Tomb Kings are involved in general. Which, like I said, is part of the style that I don't like. I don't like... Started playing as Dowie Seeds to Death. They're pretty easy and I learned a lot. Yep. They're pretty fire and forget. And they end up having some of the strongest armies. Need to learn the fantasy elements more. I feel you there, man. You'll get it though. Just give it enough time. Oh yeah, I forgot I was at war with you guys. You dicks. And he's gonna go take Xandri from me. That's right. Bretonnians are easy enough to crush.
Tomb King.
Actually, I forgot. I probably should not be recruiting these because I forgot that I need Tomb Guard. How many turns will it take you to win the campaign? Well, that's the thing, is that Tomb Kings are really snowbally. So it's kind of hard exactly to say, but it's typically about, like, I mean, Cetra is a pretty simple campaign. It's usually about 130, 150 or so.
My glory.
I mean, basically, once you start snowballing as Tomb Kings, you don't really stop snowballing as Tomb Kings. The catch is starting to snowball.
On your knees. Priest King of greatest dynasty.
That's the hard part. Yeah, the key to playing dwarves is having just amazing range. Organ guns are your best friend. Organ guns are definitely your best friend for sure. Hey, what else can we put in here? I don't really want the Ustapti building. It's gonna take a little while in order to get to tier 4. Same here, actually. In fact, they might end up being tier 4 together pretty soon, at the same time. Flame cannons are great. But organ guns, are, in my opinion, are a more superior artillery unit. Organ guns are pretty much useful in generally every situation. And flame cannons are just really good against infantry. Plus, flame cannons had to be buffed to get there. Organ guns have just pretty much been good forever. You like dwarves, Empire might be a next step for you. Vampire Coast or Skaven. Yeah, Dwarf's Growth is garbage. Okay, yeah, we can take out these guys. Yep. Mm-hmm. Well, dwarves also have
Petra watches.
dwarves also have
Dare.
tier 5 growth buildings. I'm sorry, tier 4 trade buildings. So that once they do start trading, they produce way more resources than most other factions. I think they actually trade more, produce more than any other faction.
My will
They, I mean,
be done.
you know, tier 4 gold mines making 1,800 income.
What?
Like, dwarves are kind of expensive, but not that expensive.
I reign.
Not that expensive. 2 turns, okay.
Greetings, creature. You define me.
Still waiting on that, huh? Yep. And that's kind of how high elves are too. High elves start out, you know, pretty expensive. And once you start trading as high elves, they make absurd amounts of cash. To the point where you're like, I don't care about making a 19 army of star dragons. Why not? Why not? The same thing for dwarves, you know, getting good artillery everywhere, getting like the good artillery, having front lines of iron breakers, having all their good ranged, you know, like thunderers, stuff like that. You don't even care anymore about expending stuff. Hawthorne's pretty great. Hawthorne's definitely one of the better capitals for sure. But, you know, kind of has to be, you know. Like High Elves and Empire, like Rome, they have everything. Yeah, you'll get flavor like that. What do you try next? If you like the style of the guns, the artillery and shit like that, then Empire and what was I saying? Like if Empire, Vampire Coast, we own the DLC, that kind of thing. Orcs or Vampire Counts? I don't know about orcs. Greenskins are not particularly strong. Vampire Counts can be really good, but Vampire Counts play pretty much the exact opposite of dwarves. I salt butter. Heard of high elves? Of course I have. How are you, salt butter? So basically, wait. I'm alright. I'm tired, though. Let me go on bed here pretty soon. chance more with the game. Vampire Counts are my favorite faction, so I'll be enjoying playing them. They have a very different playstyle from dwarves, so Dragon Princes and Dimmies are amazing. Definitely have their thing. If you like those, Blood Knights, man, Blood Knights. I decided between giving 76 another try since I've done some updates, starting a new Baldur's Gate. I just played Baldur's Gate because 76 is a long way away from ever being like anywhere close to being actually done. So you might as well just play Baldur's Gate because you know you're going to enjoy it that way. That's my opinion, at least. All right, we got our boys back.
Address me as your
So you swap lords like this, place him. You enjoy the buggy shittiness of Fallout.
on your knees.
All right. How can you reduce chaos? Use Untainted. So usually most factions will have some kind of building that produces Untainted. It's usually a religion building, like a temple or something like that. That's what you use to fight chaos. Fight chaos, you fight vampiric corruption, whatever your owned corruption is, you need to fight it with another source of that corruption. Usually it's going to be Untainted, but if, say, you're playing Vampire Counts, you need to increase the amount of vampiric corruption to fight Untainted, because Untainted is just as bad to you as Vampire Counts as vampiric corruption is to an Untainted faction. But you want to stack up that. There's a chance that you won't always be able to get it completely out, but as long as you get some of it, the majority of it under control, then that's all that matters. No problem, dude. Alright, let's get this other army and then shoot out another battle, and that's it. That's true. Skaven are a little bit different. That's true. I do vampires now, and it's being annoying, especially with defense, but I'm getting there. It's legendary. Maybe I should have done very hard first. Overestimating my past Total War experience. I would definitely consider like playing, if it's a new Total War, like, right, like, because I'm worried about playing Three Kingdoms on legendary right off the bat. I'm probably going to take some time off in order to understand Three Kingdoms, because I've never played a historical before. Or at least never played a historical before that I actually tried at. So, just because Vampire Counts, like, I wouldn't say that they're necessarily a hard faction, but they're not a faction that's like readily presentable to you as to how you were successful with them. That being said, I absolutely adore Vampire Counts. But I understand that they are not necessarily for everyone.
Citra does not serve.
Does having siege slow your campaign movement? No. I'm not sure I understand your question entirely, but I'm pretty certain the answer is no.
My will be done.
Yeah, chaos does take attrition
Address me
damage
as
from
your highness.
itself, yes, or from vampiric. I mean, you pretty much take attrition from any other source besides Skaven. Skaven doesn't cause attrition, but every other kind of corruption does. Hey, Chris Joker for the Twitch Prime, man. Welcome to the Warsong clan, dude. I appreciate it, man. Thank you, Gorm. We're gonna move up with the 2 armies and take at least Andrew back, which actually I'm kind of okay with. And then should be able to make a peace treaty with them. The rest would be just pretty much a bitter fight across the Southlands. Let's check the subreddit really quick and make sure that they didn't like sneak in a Lord announcement. Just
Cetra the imperishable.
hey, back to getting him back up. Since he did.
Everything. Land of the dead. Find my harem. Cetra is close.
There we go. Close enough. I guess we do want to upgrade these. And work is on. Might as well get a growth building while we're at it. Upgrade these. Make a little more cash. And Cetra did get some Tomb Guard, so life will be a little bit better for Cetra, but until we can get an all-front line and get him fully upgraded with Tomb Guard, because really, realistically, Tomb Guard start getting really good once Cetra can hit about level like 12 or so. Because you need the first point in his personal line, and then you can get other stuff. What is the best way to make money as TK early? Sacking? I did lose my kitty, yes. I did lose the kitty. Sacking renders, I guess, but that's the problem, though, is that they don't really... That's honestly all they really have. Tomb Kings are designed not to make money. Because if there was an easy way for Tomb Kings to make money, we'd abuse the shit out of it. And then the one thing holding Tomb Kings back, their economy, would be obsolete. So that's kind of the issue. Make money too much as Tomb Kings, then they kind of become broken. Can't have that shit now, can we? Does money really hold them back? I thought it was jars. No, jars aren't a problem. Jars really aren't a problem. It's the fact that they can't make any money because, you know, they need to have infrastructure in order to do stuff.
Land of the dead.
You know, they need to be making a ton of buildings in order for them to actually, you know, be having actual armies. When will Kislev have an LL? Probably at Warhammer 4.
Find my harem.
Hardest part here is going to be the Grail Knights.
Cetra
We need to focus fire them. Yes, we do have Andy Large, so it won't be so bad, but... Oh, we don't know that, Renders. Hard to make LLs for Kislev? I think so. This is actually kind of good for us. Problem is we can't keep them contained. We can keep them contained here. We'd be in really good shape here. What is the best way to deal with bats? As who? I guess the generalized answer is shoot them. As Dowie, shoot them. In fact, Dowie, I think, could probably have the least problems with bats in the game, except for their artillery crews. Otherwise, just shoot them. Bats can be fairly strong in melee if they have experience. Remember that one-on-one, a bat unit will beat a skink unit. Can 2 armies Euro siege 1 city? Yes. Yes, they can. Oh, they have trebuchet? The hell? Who gave them that technology? Who gave them that shit? I want names right now. How, if you can explain, just move the 2 armies within range of each other. Within range of each other, like surround one city, surround the city with 1 army, and then bring up another army within reinforcement range of it. And there you go. Yeah, exactly what Risque said.
Unliving king. Go. My command.
Yes, they will join during battle. You'll actually see it. There'll be a little line that'll get drawn next to each other. Little yellow line. Yep.
King of Henry. Orbis Dirata. My orders enacted.
Even shitty skeletons are like, yeah, we can fight the Bretonnian peasants just fine.
Sacrifice them. Attack the living. Orbis Dirata. Setra the imperishable.
The lady's blessing is lost!
Talion Lord. Obey. Move. Varjan. Bring me the bones.
That did terrible. Jesus.
Setra the imperishable.
Actually, try that.
To King Nehekuros. I control the sands.
Shut up, Grigorum. What is the best thing to spend skill points on lords and heroes? Army buffs or like attack, defense, or hero lord? Now, army and buffs are always going to be the first and foremost. You have to remember that if you're dealing with a 20 stack army, a lord is only going to account for 5% of that army. Rather, if you pick army buffs, you're buffing 95% of the army. You know what I'm saying? You should be spending them on army buffs. No. See, here's the thing. He's trolling, Renders. He's trolling. That sneaky bastard's trolling. Who let him in here? Though, is the FreeLC stream actually going to reveal the Lord, or are they going to reveal it beforehand and then do the stream? That's the question I have. I didn't really read the post very closely, though. I don't actually know. Victory's in our grasp. Now, seriously, who fucking remembers that? Does anybody actually remember, like... Yeah, I understand the FreeLC Lord recruiting the Croak, but are they going to announce, like, through a forum post first, and then show off the FreeLC Lord on stream? Or is it going to be like, here's the stream, and here's the Lord! Ha-ta-da! That's my question.
My orders. Sacrifice them.
Like I said, I didn't read the post very closely, so I don't think it's specified. Okay. So in my mind, they're going to announce it first and then show it later. That's what I'm going with right now. Is they announce it first, like on a forum, and then later they'll be like, oh yeah, and here we go. That's my money. You're assuming the opposite? Well, I guess we're gonna find out together, aren't we? We're gonna find out together. It'll be a great grand old time. Oh, we did lose those skellies, or those archers. That's okay. Is aiming at the enemy heroes good first? It depends. It depends. If that hero is easily snipeable, sure. But usually speaking, no. There's some factions like Vampire Counts where killing the enemy lord is honestly pretty goddamn hard, actually. There we go. There's the mass route. Heroes are very strong, and they tend to be pretty fucking resilient to missile fire as well. That's true. Killing a ruin priest is really good. No, I doubt that it's win. I don't think it's gonna be that strong. I don't know. We'll find out. We'll find out soon enough. Put the shit back now. Yeah, we're waiting for his unyielding, or waiting for unyielding will.
Land of the dead.
And I honestly doubt that it's that strong. Strong? Sure. That strong, though? I mean, Winds of Death is absurdly good.
Of Nehekara.
So, I have a tough time thinking that it's going to be anywhere close to that strong. And if they do, they've made a grave mistake. There's no way that you want to give basically Wind of Death an easier time of being cast. That sounds like a recipe for disaster. There's a reason why Wind of Death is one of the most powerful spells. Or actually, probably is the highest DPS spell in the game. There's a reason for that. It also costs 26 wins after all reductions. I mean, vampires have much easier access to it, and lizards would be have their own eye on. Yeah, but it's still a thing of you don't really want to give them that, though. That's the thing. You don't really want to give them. The meme is dead. Whoops. Oh, well. Bury it. Trying to find a new one. All right, so let's talk about what we would do from here if we were going to finish the campaign. As this is going to be where I'm going to need to end up for the night. Like I said earlier, I did make a pretty big, grave mistake by fighting that battle, and I shouldn't have. Part of it is overconfidence, and part of it is not really knowing how much we could push. As said before, I tend to prefer factions that I know I can snowball off of easily early game, and Tomb Kings are definitely one of those that don't. We did do a good job of being able to knock out the top knots and being able to take the Southern Badlands, but it is going to be a chore to break through this territory. We're going to be fighting over this specific area for probably the next 70 turns or so.
Overconfidence is a slow and hilarious killer.
Oh, it actually pronounced overconfidence. Look at that shit. Hi, CJ. Thank you for the 11 months, man. Fucking appreciate it, dude. It was definitely a stupid thing on my part. The key is to try to overwhelm, I think. You can go about other ways, like I said before, about researching the dynasties and getting all the armies quickly. But just having overwhelming numbers of chafe armies is definitely, I think, the best idea. For Cetra is one of the best, and I guess we'll go ahead and talk about this really quick since we're not going to ever get to there. Couple of things. Cetra's going to be really, really good with Tomb Guard. He is going to have Patra, which is going to be +8 melee defense for Tomb Guard. It's going to make them insanely hard to kill. On top of that, he's going to get melee attack for them as well, and having more unit capacity. This is where we're talking about turn 11 or so. You only really want 1 point in this. You don't want the second point in Restless Minions. Conqueror of the Past is definitely really strong as well. Oh shit, I didn't mute. Anyways, sorry about that. Cetra is going to eventually get Resurrect, which is going to be really strong for having healing on your units. On top of that, he's also going to get massive ass bonuses for Tomb Guard. So in my mind, the best way to play Cetra is to have a nice solid front line of Tomb Guard, and then pretty much whatever else you want to punch through things. That could include archers and eventually constructs, Tomb Scorpions, War Sphinxes, things like that. The big thing about Cetra, and the question always comes down to, because this is obviously fairly, easy to understand. The big question is always, do you War Sphinx or do you Chariot of the Gods? And the pretty simple answer is the Chariot of the Gods. It sounds silly, and especially given all the things that I've said about how chariots are not a particularly good unit. But Cetra's kind of an exception. The Chariot makes him extremely fucking fast. He gets a lot of bonuses for ward saves, and just physical resistance. I mean, he's got Returned in Madness. He's got the bonus 10 physical resistance right there. There was something else, I think, too, that was also giving him... He's also going to get Unwielding Will, which is going to give him melee defense. He's got being able to go up into Hard to Hit, which you'll eventually end up getting, I would think. There's all kinds of shit that you can do that gives him a ton of damage. And tankiness. The Chariot is going to do amazing amounts of damage. You will need to micro him a little bit more, but it's not something where, like, if you're not using the charge bonus, you're using him wrongly. The charge bonus just makes him amazing, okay? But he's still really, really good on the Chariot of the Gods by himself. He does need a little bit of love in the form of the Mortuary Cult. As I talked about earlier in the stream, an Armor of Eternity on him would be amazing. Being able to get him a nice ward save and then additionally regen as well. This would be something that I would think that you should definitely pick up on him, because he only has the crown and then the blade. So his chest armor is perfectly open. So giving him as many stackable defenses as possible and then putting him on the Chariot of the Gods is going to be key to your success. That being said, if you're not confident in the Chariot of the Gods, I can understand that. And although I do recommend the Chariot of the Gods, the War Sphinx is not terrible. It's not something that's so bad that you should never use it or anything like that. You'll just get more bang for your buck out of the Chariot of the Gods. As I said earlier about the Kimrian War Sphinx, its bounding animations make it so that he doesn't really focus on combat very much, and that's a big problem. Whereas the Chariot of the Gods, he sticks like glue and just kind of keeps ramming things over and over again. Whereas the War Sphinx kind of like leaps and bounds and charges through things, bats things away and stuff. It's fantastic for disruption, but Cetra's a murderer, and you want him in combat at all times doing the most DPS as possible. And having him stick like glue through a unit with the Chariot of the Gods is going to perform far better against than the War Sphinx will. The War Sphinx is theoretically tankier, theoretically speaking, but honestly not really by a whole lot. The Chariot is definitely going to be what you're going to want to play with, for sure. From here, if we were continuing to play this out, the first tier 4 building we would get would definitely be Tomb Scorpions. Tomb Scorpions are basically the beginning of the beginning of the power spike for Tomb Kings. Each building does provide 2 Tomb Scorpions, and these boys are nasty fuckers, especially against infantry. They have a fairly high health pool. They've got good armor. They've got good melee attack. They have a good bonus against infantry of 15. Makes it so that they can get off a good charge, and then basically just right off the bat, they have 50 melee attack against infantry. Not too bad, considering that it has nice swing animations as well as causes terror. And you can get 2 of them per building. That means every provincial capital that you can get 2. which means that you can get these boys pretty frequently and pretty easily. So being able to rush Tomb Scorpions after this point would be the first part of like the real power spike for Tomb Kings, in my opinion. Once you somehow slog it to tier 5, picking up the War Sphinx is going to be the way to go. Whoops. The War Sphinx is the way to go. War Sphinxes, as proven earlier, are a very strong unit, especially the more that you can have. These boys are always going to serve you really well. You do need them for victory conditions too. That part doesn't really matter so much, but the War Sphinx is a very scary, very, very scary unit. Especially if you can use, 2 or 3 at a time in battle. I realize that that's a late game comp army, but that's where you're going to really shine for sure. Like I said, Tomb Guard are going to be your front line. Using a good mix of halberds and regular Tomb Guard are perfectly fine. They're going to become super, super tanky, decent armor, ridiculously high melee defense. Their halberds are, of course, going to be armor piercing or anti-large, a good solution to generally whatever ails you. And then you can also later on, because you can't always field a ton of scorpions in Tomb Guard, getting enough Ushabti to allow you to have about 4 Ushabti with great bows in an army are definitely going to be great. 4 Ushabti with great bows obliterate things. They're basically firing telephone poles. They'll obliterate just about anything. They don't count as siege weapons for some weird reason, but they basically are siege weapons. The same is true of the Bone Giant. If you can use the Bone Giant in mass, they'll also serve you pretty well as well. He is, of course, a giant as well. So as soon as you're like, I don't want to use him in a bow anymore, you just send him into melee instead and you just beat the shit out of people. To win the rest of this campaign, we would talk about defeating followers in Nagash, which is going to be a thing no matter what. You would have to build pyramids, which includes the ones at Khemri, Sandri, wherever they have this little pyramid icon at. That would be whatever you'd need. Same thing for holding the Black Pyramid in Nagash. We do need to control that. And then having some War Sphinxes, controlling very specific settlements. We don't actually have to control, individual like capitals or anything like that. So because of that, you kind of pick and choose what 8 you want in here. That's basically going to be most of the stuff in here, and then a couple things over here like Queek and Lamia. You're going to want to have to control the rest of this. Basically, anyone who's in here, you can choose when you want to kill them, but you're going to kill all of them. That's what you're going to end up doing, as murdering as many of them as you possibly can. And then eventually trade. Trade is going to be really big. We haven't been able to trade with anybody, but we also don't know any factions that really want to trade with us yet. Hopefully that would change later in the campaign. But we want as much as we can to get this income as high as possible. Basically, once you start hitting about 5k income every turn, then life starts becoming very, very smooth, and it's not so bad. And then we can go, conquering the rest of the world as to your desire. Okay. I think it's basically it. Like I said, Book of Nagash, if you can pick up easy books of Nagash, definitely pick up the 5th book no matter what. If you can get to the 2nd book of Nagash, or if you can get to Lamia, that would be fantastic. You might expedition over to Black Creek Raiders. That's in Lustria. It's going to be kind of hard to get to. There is one that always sails around Ulthuan. That's the Pilgrims of Myrmidea. That one always sails around Ulthuan, and then there's one at the White Tower as well. You're going to want to always pick up whatever book is here in the Eyes of the Jungle, and then otherwise kind of pick and choose what else you can do. You do need to conquer them in order to take those books. You can't just ally people and steal books off of them. This isn't the library. And then ally for Tomb Kings, it doesn't really matter who you ally. Tomb Kings are pretty neutral. And so whoever you wants to be your friend, as long as you're pretty confident of who they are, you can go ahead and be friendly with them. Just know that military alliances will still screw you over. So be careful of those. Otherwise, conquer to your dreams. Pick whatever the fuck you want. I think that's it. I think I think that's about it, guys. Thank you guys for watching. Hope you guys enjoyed Tomb Kings more than I did. Tomorrow should be Empire, and we'll discuss all the neat shit about Empire, which honestly is not nearly as much as it has been for these other factions, but what are you gonna do? But we'll talk about Empire and what to do in strats and shit like that. Apparently Wheels hand his head so on the table cast. Oh, here we go.
There we go. Thank you very much for watching. This has been Tabletop Tuesday. I've been Wheels. This has been Hannah. Come and join us tomorrow at 3 p.m. BST for the reveal of the free LC Lord that's coming with Prophet and Warlock DLC for Total War Warhammer 2.
Interesting. Okay. Hey, you're Gordon. All right. So, shit. What is that? My time. That's what, 8 a.m.? And fuck that shit. All right. Thank you guys for watching. Thank you guys for the follows. Thank you guys for the questions. Let's see here. Travis, thank you for the 100 biddies. Scotticus, thank you for the 8 months. Travis, thank you for the 14 months. Thank you, Logan, for the 100 biddies. Lemur Lord, thank you for the gift set of Rosapine. Risque, thank you for the 11 months. And CJ, thank you for the 11 months. I'll see you guys. I'm going to go to bed. Good night, guys.